point. Let's. I'll count you down so we can get started. Okay, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. So yeah, welcome everybody on the Really Longathon channel. It's still super early for me, so, well, not super early, but it's still pretty early for me, so if I stumble over words, that's probably why. Welcome to Pokemon Shield Galarian Star Tournament. Now, this is a bit of an obscure category. It's a very cool category, though. This is the 100% story category for Pokemon Sword and Shield. Basically what that means is this run consists of essentially 5 parts. The main storyline, the post-game story, the Isle of Armor DLC, the Crown Tundra DLC, and then after you've completed all of that, there is an extra story bit which is called the Galarian Star Tournament. Our goal is to do that as fast as possible. So, lots and lots of story, because I heard that was the idea of this marathon, so here we are. We're just going to get introduced to the world of Pokemon. There have been multiple Pokemon runs already this week, and I imagine most of you are familiar with it, so I'm not going to go too in-depth on that. But this is a really cool run for several reasons. One, we get to do all of the DLCs, which are quite fun. I enjoyed those a lot. But probably the bigger part of this run that makes it so exciting is we don't actually know what our main will be until about an hour into the run. It could be Suicune, but it could also be something else, because we're actually going to dip into the Crown Tundra DLC to get our starter there. Or starter is the wrong word, but get our main there. So this is going to be a little bit of randomness there, but that should also be really fun. Now, I guess with that said, let me introduce myself. Hello, everyone. I'm Crrool. I do a lot of stupid Pokemon runs. Not generally your, like, standard categories. I sometimes do those, too, but usually lots and lots of dumb stuff. This one's relatively mild. Like, it's only 8 hours. It's definitely not that bad. But, yeah, this is one of those silly runs that I've done in the past, and I figured, you know what? It's fitting for this marathon. Why not throw it in? But yeah, I run just about every Pokemon game, and weird categories are a common thing. Also, since you guys are from the since you guys are watching the Really Longathon channel, I'm learning Baton Kaito's 100%, so that should say enough. Quick little shout out to the first Really Longathon. Okay, anyway, now that we're fully in the game, the first 10 minutes or so, we're just going to get to our starter. There's really not a lot going on. It doesn't matter at all what our starter's stats are. First things first, though. Autosave off, skip movie. Nope, skip movies on. There we go. We're going to get her back. We're going to, like, basically, we're just going to get her back. We're going to get our starter. We're going to do all of the usual things that you would do. We're also fairly soon going to get introduced to the champion of the game, which we'll learn fairly early on. We'll see him a few times, especially in the second... Oh, no. We'll see him a few times throughout, but especially once we get to the Galarian Star Tournament part. In this category, we actually fight him twice, I think. Once in the main storyline, and then once in the Galarian Star Tournament. But yeah, the early parts are just exposition, really. We see a Wooloo ramming into a fence, and he's going to eventually break that, and it's going to cause problems, and we need to solve those. Yeah, essentially, with a run like this, and that's kind of a thing with this run. The first 45 minutes are always kind of going to be the same. We get our starter, we get to we get our entry passes for the tournament, because in this region rather than having gyms. We still have 8 gyms, but rather than those gyms giving access to the Elite Four, these gyms, if you beat all of them, give access to a tournament, and the winner of the tournament gets to play in another tournament, and the winner of that tournament gets to fight the champion. So it gives you, like, beating all the gyms allows you a shot at the championship, essentially. So we still have our gyms. So we get our entry pass of that. That allows us to get into the wild area, which we'll talk a little bit about later. Which we'll actually see a little bit in this run, more so than you would in a normal any % run. And then after that, we get like the opening ceremony of the tournament, which we're going to be a part of. And briefly after that, we'll get Fly. And that's kind of the first big point in the run. Because the moment we get Fly, we have the ability, or we will be going back from where we are at that point into one of the DLC areas. Specifically the Crown Tundra, which we're only going to do a small part of. We're not going to do the whole Crown Tundra story right away, but that one is going to be relatively early, that part. So yeah, we meet the champion here. Our friend slash rival Hop is the younger brother of this champion. Now, Hop, you can kind of, like, if you've seen the Sun and Moon, or the Moon Run, the opening run of this marathon, you may remember how. Well, Hop is basically that, but slightly less annoying. But basically that. So yeah, that should give an idea of what to expect. Anyway, time to pick our starter. So this is your chance to guess which starter we're gonna pick. Although, since I'm getting it in like 2 seconds, I should have probably asked that earlier. Here we go. We grab it. Honestly, that's another thing. In this run, it doesn't really matter which starter we pick. They're all about the same. We pick Sobble for one reason and one reason only. And that is, if I don't get a good Mon early on in the Dynamax adventure that we're going to do later, I can go and get Suicune. That's like our kind of a backup Pokemon. The thing with Suicune is, you know, that being a water type, at that point we would want Mystic Water, just to make a few ranges later on easier. That's the only reason we pick Sobble. Probably just missed the explanation, but what is Galarian Star Tourney? The Galarian Star Tournament is the main storyline, all of the DLCs, the post-game, and then the Galarian Star Tournament. So, pretty much yes. It's the other way to explain this run is it's the 100% story run. Okay, we're gonna fight Hop here. First battle of the game, let's go. So this is normally where you would check your Sobble stats and see if it's good enough, but since we're only gonna use Sobble for 45 minutes, even if it's a bad nature and 0 IVs across the board, I could still run it. Because we only need to do like a handful of battles. So you don't get access to the tournament without DLC? Correct. The tournament is part of the DLCs. So yeah, this first battle, fairly straightforward. We use Pound a few times on the Wooloo. After that, he sends out Scorbunny. Okay, we've got decent special attack from the looks of it. So yeah, for Scorbunny, we use Water Gun. And then we got, like, this is something you'll notice throughout. Our rival loves mentioning that we've learned our type advantages. So that's going to be a thing. It's a good meme. But yeah, that's the entire first fight. Yeah, we've got very decent special attack. So here we kind of learn about badges and stuff. Hold on, my cat is doing something he's not allowed to. Okay, apologies about the interruption there. So we're gonna make our the Wooloo got past the fence and is now in the Slumbering Wild. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go through the Slumbering Wild and try to rescue said Wooloo. We're always gonna get 3 random encounters along the way here. Happens every time. Really not anything we need to worry about, though. We also hear some kind of howl from deeper into the forest, and we're gonna find out fairly soon what that is. Okay, so we get into this part where the fog is really thick and some Pokemon appears. And this is actually like there is actually a major difference in this category between Sword and Shield, and I haven't really mentioned it, but it is worth mentioning now. So the box art legendary we see here is Zamazenta, but in Sword you get Zacian. Normally, this category you'd actually ideally want to do in Sword, because for the post-game part, or well, rather for the Crown Tundra DLC part, Zacian is actually a little bit better than Zamazenta, because it can learn False Swipe. Now, this won't necessarily be a major issue for us. It's actually unlikely it would be, but there is definitely a chance that things are going to be a little bit harder because we're on Shield and not Sword. Now, admittedly, this is purely a chance, and for all intents and purposes, it could be the exact same. But it makes getting opponents, or getting legendaries that we need to catch later on, to an easily catchable health a little bit more difficult. It's not a huge difference. It's really not that bad if we don't succeed at it. It doesn't matter too much if we don't have False Swipe, but it would be helpful. On that note, there is a chance that our main Pokemon can just learn False Swipe, in which case it just doesn't matter at all. So we'll see if it becomes relevant or not. Anyway, that Pokemon we'll see later. Leon here is here to save the day. Okay, now for the most important and most forgettable part of the run. We have to go back to talk to Mom here. If we don't, we can't progress. And it's happened to just about every runner at some point that you forget to talk to Mom, you get to the next town, and then you're like, oh, I can't progress here because you haven't talked to her. Happened to everyone. Okay, maybe not everyone, but just about. It's a really dumb time loss when it happens, so... Yeah, Hop would stop you here. So you'd have to run out. We're gonna get one Pokemon here. Ideally, I'd like to catch a Wooloo. Hello, Wooloo. Perfect. The catch rate here is close to 100%. So that's really nice. And by catching a Pokemon on this route, level 6 Wooloo too, that's really good. But yeah, by catching a Pokemon on this route, we don't have to sit through the catching tutorial. And this one gives extra experience on top of it, so it's faster, and it helps us with level. Because we're already level 8. Like that, level 6 Wooloo is just about the best thing you can get. Like, just that full level worth of experience. Very helpful later on. Yeah, in this game we can actually skip the catching tutorial. The way that it works is the catching tutorial happens on Route 2. So we're going to get to that right after this cutscene. The game then checks if you've already caught a Pokemon. If you haven't, it'll show you the catching tutorial. But if you have, like if you caught something on Route 1, then it'll skip the catching tutorial and you can just move on. Which is really convenient for us, because it means if we catch a Pokemon, we get the extra experience, and we get to skip the tutorial itself. So in every version of the Pokemon Sword and Shield speedrun, you'll see runners catch something on Route 1. In Sword, this is generally Wooloo, because a high-level Wooloo is the best, like the highest amount of experience you can get. On Shield, you'll actually usually see them catch a Rookidee, because that helps catching the Drillbur later on in the run. In the just regular any percent run, that is. Okay, on the side here, we can grab a rare candy. This could be helpful later on. And then it's just time for us to move forward. Crocodile main is possible, yes. It's actually one of the best ones, too. Crocodile is considered, like, probably just about the best main you could get. Except it hasn't been routed in full for Shield yet, so the version-exclusive trainers I'd have to improvise for. I was supposed to say no there, but whatever. But Crocodile is absolutely possible, and it would actually be very good. Definitely up there for the best Pokemon we could get. And that's another thing with the mains that are coming up later on. Pretty much all of the best ones have been routed, but because Sword is a lot more popular than Shield, there are a lot more that have been routed for Sword and not Shield. Some have been routed for both, and there's only like a handful of exceptions that have only been routed for Shield. Huh, I guess somebody has done Crocodile. The Shield DLC any percent record was set very recently, though, I think. Don't know if the notes have been updated yet. Not as far as I was aware. Let's just say it like that. That Rookidee was in a really awkward spot there. Okay, time for our first regular trainer of the game. There's a couple of youngsters that we fight as we get to whatchamacallem, to the second rival fight. There's only 2 youngsters, so that are required. Everything else is skippable. I see, Cobalt. I see. Also, hello, Indy. Thank you. 19 special attack here. That is really... I think that has to be plus nature. Like, this is really, really good special attack. Actually, no, we were on 17, so that could just be... Because you're not always level 9 here yet. That's I forgot about the high-level Wooloo for a second. Now, like I said, the stats for Sobble don't actually matter that much. On account of, well... Sobble is only going to be used until we get Fly, which is 45 minutes into the game. Like, Sobble has about, I think, like 4 battles left after this, something like that, and then we're main switching. So, Sobble really isn't that relevant. My PB for this has Galvantula in the Dynamax Adventure, which is a really good main to get, especially because we want a Galvantula anyway. If I don't get one there, I'll catch one later on. For like it's something that's fast and it can paralyze opponents, so it'll help catch legendaries. So regardless of what we end up getting, it's at the end of the day, the bigger part is how are the legendary battles going to go. Anyway, it's time for us to meet the professor. She does a lot of research about Dynamaxing and stuff. But yes, they talk about the gym challenge, and the thing is, in order to enter into the gym challenge, you need an endorsement from somebody. Now, Leon, the champion, would be a great endorsement, but he's never actually given one. So we're going to have to earn it. And we do that by fighting our rival again. This game has a fair few rival battles. Time for number 2. Now the good thing here is because our special attack is as good as it is, this Wooloo is going to be a guaranteed 2-hit KO with Water Gun. That is not always guaranteed. If you have like subpar special attack, or especially if you have minus special attack, this thing becomes a range. No, both of us will get an endorsement because we all fought with Spirit or something. So we're both going to get the endorsement, but for the sake of the story, the idea is, you know, we need to prove to him that we want to join, something like that. I don't really know. Doesn't really matter. Anyway, Hop is super excited because we've really learned our type matchups. Okay, last Pokemon, Rookidee. Nice. Got the one-shot. That is a range. That is always a range, I think. In earlier generations, the rival always picks your counter element, yes. This changes in, I believe, Generation 6. So starting X and Y. There, it's always been the other way around, where the rival picks the element that you're strong against. Yeah, he does still get the counter element, don't get me wrong. And the other one does still show up. The Grookey's final evolution will show up on Leon's team instead. Yeah, it's really, I guess it's really Gen 7 and 8, where the one that you always see is the one you're strong against. They eventually do get a Pokemon that is strong against me. Like, that happens regardless, but then it's usually later. So I guess it's really Gen 7. Yeah, Indy is pointing that out in my chat as well. Anyway, we get the Dynamax Band. This is also, like, we found a Wishing Star. And essentially what that is combined with the Dynamax Band, it allows us to Dynamax Pokemon. But you can only Dynamax in certain spots, like gym arenas and whatnot, so... Up here to give us a little bit of advice, and that we're gonna just completely ignore. Tells us to try it out, but we're just gonna bail here. I mean, he runs away, so there's no way he's gonna check that anyway. Wow, okay. These Rookidees. That was on me. That was on me. I was slightly too far to the left. That one was definitely more dodgeable than that last one. Let's hope I get a little bit better at dodging these encounters. The thing with Sword and Shield speedruns is it's not really worth to pick up repels, because, you know, you can see all the Pokemon anyway. The downside of that is sometimes either they get into an annoying position, or you have a bit of a hard time dodging them, and, you know, you sometimes still can run into one of them. Super annoying, but it happens. So this TM would have been very useful if this had been a regular run, but it's not. Like, if this was like a regular any percent run, we would have definitely wanted Swift, but right now we don't really care. Okay, now that we're done with the tutorial sequence, sort of, we get into the wild area. Now, the wild area is a really cool area. Like, it's basically just a huge map that's kind of split into multiple parts, but they're all, like, connected. And you can catch a ton of Pokemon there. I think something in the range of, like, 70% of Pokemon can be found in wild areas. Now, the first thing I'm going to look for, though, is those red beams that you see. And there's actually one really close by, which is good for us. in those red beams, we can get a, or we can get energy of sorts. They're called watts. And you can trade those watts for various items, such as Quick Ball, or well, really any kind of Pokeball, TRs, which is basically like TMs, bike upgrades, that sort of stuff. The one thing we're interested in right now is Quick Balls. It's possible for us to buy a bunch of Quick Balls early on because of the way that we set our time at the start. So if you were here at the start of the run, you may remember that I wanted to do something before I actually started the run, and I set the time. And specifically, I set the time to... Well, the date doesn't really matter. I set it to October 18th because that works for something else. That works for weather stuff. But more importantly, I set it to 15 minutes before midnight. And I had it roll over while I was in the game. As a result of that, these beams I can't actually manipulate, but I can manipulate the... Okay, hold on. I'm gonna fight this Onyx. I can manipulate sort of what the Watts trainers sell. And with it, my attempt was to make them sell specifically the... of course we survived that. The Quick Balls. So here I just kind of need to wait for Onyx to faint me. Nothing we can do. We just need to wait. That was reasonably quick. He has about 50% chance to actually do something that hurts me. Then we get to heal our Pokemon, and we can get a fast trip to Motostoke. And this is faster than traveling across the entire area. We talk to this guy, and we're gonna buy 6 Quick Balls. Those will be for later on. Okay, chat, that brings me to a very important question. In a few minutes, we get to choose the number that we have on the back of our shirt. So we have basically like the gyms are like sporting arenas, and thus everybody's wearing like a sports jersey. And we get to pick our number on it. So chat, what kind of number do you want on it? Can be anywhere between 0 and 999. And yes, 69 is too obvious. My chat has been asking for 69. I rarely go for it because it's just too easy. Yeah, in a moment I'll just randomly pick one from the ones that have been put into chat. So as we go up here, we get to see Leon again. He's going to give us a fairly useful item. He's going to give us the Mystic Water, which could be useful depending on the main that we end up getting. Let me look at the numbers one more time and let's pick one, shall we? Yeah, the Champion's Cape is full of advertisements. You know, just like how sports jerseys often have, like, lots of ads on them. It's just sponsors and whatnot. Okay, we are gonna go with number 117. Don't get me wrong, Stealth, I like your suggestion. But I just ended up going with, like I said, I just picked one at random. Anyway, now that we have our number, we're not gonna see that for a little while. Well, that's not true. We get to see it briefly in a little bit, and then like a handful of times over the course of the run. Okay, time for a little bit of lore here. So, Sonia does a lot of research about, like, the Galarian legends and whatnot. We're gonna ask for the short version because it's shorter. I know this is lots and lots of lore after all, but we don't really care about the research she's doing. She's researching about some kind of hero or something. Anyway, moving on. We're gonna fight, well, really, it's not the evil team, but what is perceived to be the evil team early on. Even though they're definitely not actually evil. Our number is already locked into place, so I can't change it anymore now anyway. So, Team Yell is basically your, yeah, as Incoherent mentions, they're basically football hooligans. They're over-obsessive fans of one of the other participants of the Galarian Star Tournament. Or not Galarian Star Tournament, well, she will be, but one of the other people that have joined the gym tournament. We'll find out later why, but we'll get to that in like a couple of hours. It's rather, yeah, okay. Even though we have good special attack, it's a little, we didn't get the two-shot, which is a little unfortunate. That one can be two-shot, but... Okay, one more fight, and then we're going to get to the actually interesting part of this run. After this next fight is when we get to our, when we get access to Fly, and by extension, access to the DLC. And that's where this run's going to change from like a regular any percent to an any percent with DLC. Because, you know, that's still part of this since it's 100% story. The idea is we're going to get into the Dynamax adventure and we're going to pick out a Pokemon at random there. Well, not really at random. We're going to try to get the best one possible. But it is random up front which one we're going to get. The main advantage? Basically all of them are really good. There's a few that aren't as good because they're a little bit slower. So for example, one of the Pokemon we could get there is Galarian Weezing, which is really good move-wise, but really slow because of its ability. Its ability makes it to have like misty terrain at the start of every fight. And that's just really slow, so we don't want to do that. So that's one example of a Pokemon that we really kind of don't want to get because it is a little bit slower. But oftentimes that's more so its ability than it is the Pokemon itself. There are a few Pokemon that are just not great, but we just avoid those. So there are a lot of options though, and that's kind of the cool part. Anyway, this is where Marnie shows up, and Marnie, I think she kind of just apologizes for Team Yell and tells them to get out of the way and allow the others to actually, you know, check in at the hotel. Yeah, that was the last fight for Sobble. We're now completely done with the Sobble part. Which brings me to probably the bigger question. Are there any Pokemon you guys are hoping to see when we get to the Dynamax adventure? Earlier, somebody mentioned they were hoping I could get a Crocodile. Crocodile's really good. That is absolutely an option. But there are many, many others. Indy, I know you're going to answer Trevenant. So just answer Trevenant. I think Trevenant is possible, but I think it's not as good because it's really slow. Yeah, to give you guys a little bit of an idea of which options we have, Crocodile, Tyrantrum, Diggersby, Flygon, Galvantula, Raichu, Starmie, Dragonair, Hitmonchan, Marshtomp, Mr. Mime, Tauros, Tentacruel, Wartortle, Bisharp, Combusken, just to name a few, and I'm still at the like basically all of the A-ranked Pokemon. A plus or S rank, except I guess Bisharp and Combusken, those are A minus. Along with a billion others. Such as, among others, Deden, Dracloak, Noctowl, Matang, Piloswine, Poliwrath, Rotom. And the list goes on, so there's a lot of options. Almost everything in the Galarian Star Tournament is at least somewhat runnable. And if we really don't find a really good one, I can go for Suicune. But the problem with Suicune is that it's generally quite slow. Yeah, this is where we get Fly. This is like the big moment in the run where everything... Like, this is where everything goes in a different direction. Do we go to Wedgehurst? Now, you may remember from just now that I picked up the Quick Balls. The first reason we picked those up is actually coming up right here, as we get introduced to the DLC areas. It's worth noting, by the way, that despite this it takes about like 10 or so minutes to do the DLC stuff that we do in this run. Despite that, the mains that we can get here are so good that it's still faster than just doing the run normally. Even in an any percent setting. It's somewhere along the lines of still like 5 minutes faster. And it makes for quite an interesting category because of how many different Pokemon you can run. Because there are a ton of options. Yeah, this is one of the reasons we got the Quick Ball. We grabbed this Slowpoke. Now, it is very important that I don't forget to deposit this Slowpoke. Otherwise, we're going to lose some time in a little bit. Very important right here. Because there is a battle coming up, and it's a battle that I actually want to lose. Not a required battle for me to win. Heck, I can't win this. Even if I were to keep the Slowpoke, I would not win that. But, yeah, in order to get through the fight a little bit faster, we only want to have one Pokemon. Okay, did not forget. Also, the trainer we just saw, Avery, we're gonna... I just went to the wrong station. Okay, that's a little bit annoying. I went into the wrong station. I was not supposed to go here. That's not a huge deal because this part is required anyway, but it's a little bit slower to do it now. I meant to go to the Crown Tundra instead. Again, because this is with DLC, like since the DLCs are required here anyway, this cutscene is required. We don't actually lose that much time by doing it now. Yeah, I can just go back to Motostoke here. Oh, wait. I didn't mean to go Motostoke. I was supposed to go Wedgehurst. It's not a mistake I've made very often, so... But again, not a huge deal. Okay, now let's go to the correct one. So this is where we actually wanted to go, the Crown Tundra station. Like I said, the Isle of Armor station that we just dropped off, the fact that we were there for like a second, it doesn't actually matter. Because, see, the thing is, we lose a little bit of time of going there, but we save back most of that time later on because I needed to be there anyway. So we see Peonia and I always forget what the other guy's name is. Peony and Peonia, something like that. But yeah, we see these two bicker about something. Basically, I think it's Peony, right? But yeah, basically this guy, he's trying to take his... Yeah, Peony. He's trying to take his daughter on like a big adventure through the Crown Tundra. She is not having any of it. She is not interested. Yeah, this guy's a former gym leader, so he's quite tough. And yeah, he challenges us to a battle, which we're gonna very seriously fight. Oh no, we lost. So sad. A crit too, just to add insult to injury. We would have lost regardless. Yeah, in that time frame, his daughter decides to run away, go have an adventure of her own. So we're going to go to the max layer, and this is where the fun part starts. Now, it is worth noting, if I do not get Suicune, I will have to look for some Dynite ore later on. So, it's actually one of the reasons that you would usually definitely at least consider going for Suicune, because you kind of want the Dynite ore. Could you win that fight normally? I mean, if you don't do this right at the start of the game, you can win that. That fight is winnable. It's just, you know, maybe not try to do that when you're level 12. So we have to ask this girl for instructions. Because Peony is way too impatient. And now we're going to go do the Dynamax Adventure. So the Dynamax Adventure is basically like a... We just do a set of fights there. It's 4 battles. We have 4 lives. There are 4 of us versus... versus random Pokemon. But we don't get to pick our own Pokemon here. We have to choose something going in. I think I'll pick for Dilly. Okay, let's see what we got. I'm seeing Quillfish on the right, and I think that's... I'm like... Oh, that's Jinx. Let's do Quillfish. Unless I see something really good early on. Yeah, Quillfish is not actually a great Pokemon. Probably not what we will want to go for here. Would online be possible here to get a... would be allowed here to get a possible other Mon? No. This is still single player. So we actually, like, we're... Judging by the Pokemon we have, I'm probably gonna get Quillfish so that I have a backup, but we're probably gonna just try to get Suicune. Fine to spend a few minutes on that. I will grab... I will probably catch this Quillfish, if only so that we have a backup. So that we have something in case we don't succeed in catching the... that's a crit. That's not a crit. In case we don't get the Suicune. My PB of this category actually died like 1 hit away from the Suicune, and I didn't catch anything on the way. Because it's like, nah, this isn't great. I shouldn't go for this. And then it was a little too late. And that was really annoying. That loses a lot of time. Yeah, having at least some options is good. I think I'm... Let's do Azurill. Or Azumarill. Azumarill is worse than Quillfish. It's definitely not something we want to run. But the berries may give me a better shot of actually getting to Suicune. Oh, I can't do... Okay, I can't do that apparently. I didn't realize I couldn't use grass-type moves. Yeah, when you do the Dynamax Adventure, the first Pokemon being Suicune is guaranteed. Suicune's always going to be at the end of the first Dynamax Adventure. So that's the second fight. 2 more to go. Yeah, we'll go Sigilith. Sigilith is a little bit better than the others, and it has the added advantage of actually having been routed for both games. So this is something I could run if I needed to. With Sigilith, Frostmoth, and Glalie. Of those 3, Sigilith is the best. Like, hands down. Sigilith is actually not a bad option. If we could get that. Like, it's absolutely runnable. And that in and of itself is a big advantage. While I'm not a huge fan of the Sandstorm, I needed something to do damage on this thing. Like, if that max Steel Spike had gone into me without me actually Dynamaxing, we would have died, so... Oh, this is bad. This Sigilith is gonna ruin me. So we have 4 lives over the course of a Dynamax adventure. Once we lose the 4th life, it's just over. Now, if that happens, we run Quillfish. That's possible. Or Sigilith, if we at least still win this fight. Okay, Rain Dance is fine. I am very okay with that. Buffs the Aqua Tail, and we win with Max Rockfall here. So we're still on 3 lives. I think I'll switch to the Sigilith, though. I'm debating what I should do. Okay, at least, you know, one thing's for sure, we're going to catch this. This gives us something to work with. That means even if we lose the Dynamax adventure here, we at least still have Sigilith. Which is not a bad Pokemon. Now, we prefer Suicune. Yeah, I'm going to swap. This is actually not a great team for Suicune, but it is what it is. We get some held items. Let me get leftovers. But yeah, Suicune would be better, but we have a backup if I don't get Suicune. Sigilith is not a terrible Pokemon to run with. So the legendary fights are obviously a little bit more difficult. They're stronger. They just have way more health. Their stats are better. They're actually a few levels higher, which is what makes them stronger. And then Suicune in general having max Geyser is kind of a thing. Extreme speed on me is fine. But it is still way too high HP, considering we only have 3 lives. Okay, we get to Dynamax here. At least that's a good thing. Okay, well, time will tell what happens here, but... Now, the way that speed calculations in this game work is that the speed is counted like in the turn. So if I get a speed upgrade, it'll like basically the turn order will be recalculated as sort of. So that's why that max airstream is such a big deal, because that immediately made Qwilfish faster. Okay, not with an extreme speed, but okay, 2 lives left. Azumarill being confused here is scary. That's really bad. Okay, there go our stat changes. Okay, Azumarill dying was expected, but we are now on our last life, meaning if anything dies here, we lose, despite us being very close to killing the Suicune. And it did. We're running Qwilfish, or Sigilith then. See, this is the annoying part about this. This is not actually a huge deal. Nope, Sigilith. The more annoying part is we don't get our Dynite ore. So I'm gonna have to go back in later to get the Dynite ore. Which can actually be reasonably fast, but it's still annoying. Oh well, this is, like I said, Sigilith is not actually that bad, so it's not a huge deal. The main annoying part is that I just don't have enough Dynite ore now. Yeah, what we're gonna do, probably... Because I need 8 later on. What I'm probably going to do is we're just going to do the first fight now. So we're going to go back in. We're going to do the very first fight. Generally, I won't actually catch it because it's not really worth it. And then we'll just try to die and get some Dynite ore because I need 8. I can find a few lying on the floor if I get lucky, but looking for it is also kind of slow. Do we just say anything is fine? It doesn't really matter. Okay, what can I kill with easily? I think I just do you. I'm seeing Nidoqueen Or Nidoking on the left. So we're going to do a little bit of a weird thing now. Rather than attack my opponent, we're going to start attacking ourselves. Okay, that'll die next turn, so I'll use it on Bronzong. Very good. Very good. Okay, there goes one life. I think nothing is very effective on Mantine because of its part flying, so... we missed. In that case, I think I'll just start targeting the Magneton again. Okay, good. That's 2 lives. We missed again. That works. Down to just... Okay, it doesn't have Sturdy. These fights are not limited to turns, unlike like normal Dynamax battles. So we actually need to grief our friends. Also, it's in general just faster anyway. Because the Pokemon that we fight are generally not that powerful, so we would kill them quite easily. Do we not get anything for that? Okay, screw it. We're just going to move on. I thought we got at least 3 still, but I guess we need to win at least 1 fight for that. Okay, screw it. We're just going to take the Sigilith, and we'll figure out those Dynite ore later on. We can still find them lying around, so that's another thing. Worst case scenario, I may have to do an extra Dynamax battle later. Okay, gonna quickly check this. 188, 100, 121, 144, 116, 111. Oh, wait, I should probably buy special attacks. I didn't do that yet. Okay, yeah, that Dynamax adventure... not great. See, for a normal any percent with DLC, it wouldn't matter. We take Sigilyph and we run. For this one, it matters a little bit more because I need those Dynite ore still. It's okay, though. The estimate accounts for something like this, so... yep. Quick stop here to buy special attacks, and then we can move on. Okay, anyway, with the Dynamax adventure being behind us for a little while at least, let's progress through the game. So now that we have the Sigilyph, you may have already noticed it's level 65. We're going to up that to 66 momentarily. So we are really high level, and that's kind of the biggest thing, right? We got a Pokemon that's just very high level in general. Our special attack admittedly isn't great. It's only like 8 or 9 IV, but that's not even a huge deal. Yeah, we're a little bit over leveled, and that's kind of the thing for a good chunk of this run. We're going to be over leveled for a little while. Which actually is part of what makes this run so easy. Now, we won't be over-leveled for the entire run, but at least in the first half, you can expect to see us be much higher level than you would expect us to be. And that works in our favor big time. Because despite having lost quite a bit of time on that Dynamax adventure, not quite having the Dynite ore we need, we still kind of have a Pokemon that is going to help us rush through this game much faster than we otherwise would. And that's also kind of the fun part about this run. We get a Pokemon that is stupidly over-leveled. And even something that's not, like, super high ranked. Like, Sigilyph is like a B-tier Pokemon. So it's not actually fantastic. It's not bad, but it's not fantastic. But despite that, it is still easily going to get us through this game. Yeah, early on, all of these fights are going to be super easy. Which actually brings me to a question for everyone watching on the Really, Really Longathon channel, because I'm always curious about this. What's your guys' favorite Pokemon? Yeah, you skipped the intro, the tutorial. You didn't skip a whole lot. How did we get a level 66 Pokemon this early? Dynamax adventures. So yeah, time for us to meet our next rival. This is Bede. He's a bit of a jerk. We're gonna just completely wipe the floor with him. I'm seeing Wingull, Squirtle, Blaziken, Oshawott, Lairon, Ampharos, Mewtwo. Nice, nice. Those are some good options right there. Dratini. Very nice. Giratina, Shedinja. Shedinja has such a weird little gimmick. It's great just as a little gimmick, but such a silly little thing. Gardevoir, nice. That's fair, Steven. That is fair. What are we talking about? Favorite Pokemon. Eevee, Kyogre, Gallade, Empoleon. Yeah, that's literally the entire beat fight. Like I said, at this point, we are so over-leveled that not really anything can stop us for a little while. And we are going to use that to our advantage. Noivern, nice. Joltik, that's not one you see very often. Tiny little thing. We're not counting legendaries, and it's Breloom. I see. Laylee is also up there. Yeah, for me it's Bellsprout, by the way, in case anyone's curious. So I have another odd pick there. I like how Joltik in Pokepark 2? Yeah, Pokepark 2. You have to, if you want to befriend Joltik, you have to play like a hide and seek, and one of them is leeched onto the shoulder of an Electivire, and it's super cute. Okay, so we finally, after an hour and 20 minutes, made it into the town with the first gym. Not a whole lot to say about this town. We get a little bit of lore because there is some carving in the grass of this hill, and Sonia is here researching that as she does. Outside of that, we don't really care too much. One thing I do need to keep in mind though is that by the end of this place, I need to grab the Everstone. That's when we're heading out, but I need to not forget that because we need that to get to one of the Reggies. I just realized I could probably also just do regular raid battles for Dynite Ore if need be. I think that works too. That might actually be faster because at least it's just one Pokemon. I think that's a problem we all kind of have there, Fuddle, where it's hard to pick a favorite Pokemon just on account of how many Pokemon there are. There's actually close to 900 at this point, Kyo. So yeah, this is the first gym of the game, and honestly one of the most fun gyms where we just get to... We have to herd or we have to manage a herd of Wooloo. Now all of these we can just pretty much use whatever move, so we're just going to keep using Psychic. Yeah, 2 trainers along the way that we fight. Or no, just 1 trainer actually. It's that 1 trainer and then the gym leader later. Gotta take it a little bit slow because of that, the little dog there. Yamper, I think he's called. Took me a while to remember the name. Yeah, that's pretty much it. We go into the first gym. We're level 66 already. It's really not gonna be much of a problem. And that's going to stay the same for the first couple of gyms. It's... like, it is somewhat limited, I guess, but... like, we are at some point going to run into Pokemon that are just of a high enough level that we're going to struggle again. But that won't be for a few gyms. Anyway, banger alert. Unfortunately, it doesn't last very long. Yeah, that's that. That's literally the entire gym fight. This is one of the shorter ones, admittedly, but even then. So I'm looking a little bit into how much Dynite ore we would get from max raid battles, and it doesn't really seem like that's going to be a viable option. I think we're just going to have to do more Dynamax adventures later on. We'll do that later when I feel like it. We're just gonna have to spend like 10 minutes on Dynamax Adventures. Okay, I didn't forget about the Everstone. That's important. Am I going to be level 100 by the end of the run? Not likely. We actually will be main switching one more time later. We're going to use Calyrex for a decent chunk of the run. So, no, not really. Ghost Calyrex. Ghost Calyrex is a little bit faster because it's fast. It has the advantage of actually outspeeding things, and Calyrex Ice doesn't do that. So as much as I like Ice Calyrex, like I actually use an Ice Calyrex on my competitive team, it's just not viable, or not as viable. Anyway, a couple of easy battles here. Except the Sableye. The Sableye sucks. Not with this Pokemon, but I just don't like the Sableye. About a month and a half, 2 months ago, I attempted to do a Wobbuffet only run in this game, and I just got completely bodied by this Sableye, because neither counter nor mirror code works. Easier question than favorite starter. I actually find that one harder. Not gonna lie. I find that, for me at least, it's a harder question. But favorite starter is probably either Cyndaquil or Chikorita. Okay, another fight with Hop. Same as before, just 3 Psychics, easy. No, so the thing is with Crown Tundra, there was no level balancing for that. So whatever moment you go to the Crown Tundra, you will always get the same level Pokemon there. Which is why the Dynamax Adventure is so broken for speedrunning purposes, because everything there is level 65 except the Legendary, which is level 70. Do they use Crown Tundra for any percent? Is that not allowed? Okay, so the category is split. There's a separate category for any percent, like regular any percent, and any percent with DLC, which allows you to go to the Crown Tundra. The main reason is just, like, to keep it interesting, those two had to be split apart. So Crown Tundra is allowed, but it would qualify as a different category. It's a fun little category to do, and it's actually quite easy to get into. The Dynamax adventures kind of suck sometimes, because those are very RNG dependent, but outside of that, it's actually very doable, because you're always going to have a high-level Pokemon. And even if your Pokemon isn't great, you're still going to have a pretty darn good Pokemon. Okay, second gym of the game. It's time for the water gym. This one is not too difficult either. We're still stupid over-leveled. That's still going to be true for a few gyms. A couple trainers we need to do, but we pretty much one-shot everything with Psychic. Now, after this gym, we are actually going to be buying the Odd Incense to help buff. I think it gives a slight buff to Psychic-type moves. So, we're going to get that in a bit. So we're just going to go up and around. Talk to her, or we'll fight her. We are eventually going to replace Rain Dance, by the way. That's eventually going to be changed into Icy Wind. Yo, Felix, thank you. So now that those two are out of the way, we're going to go around. We have a few more buttons to hit to unlock the gym leader. And this is a spinner I need to kind of pay attention to. Gotta make sure we don't get hit by her. Not that the fight would take very long, but it's just a waste of time. And with Dynamax Adventures not exactly having treated us as well as I had hoped, you know, kind of a thing. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, time for another banger. Let's do this. ice puzzle in this game isn't Zippy Slippy Slide. There we go. That took way too long to pronounce. The fights won't get very interesting until like Gym 7, yes. Actually 6 can sometimes be a problem. Although since we have steel type moves, I don't know that it'll be this time. Yeah, you're not wrong. The run will probably not get very interesting until we get like a decent number of gyms in. Yeah, I'm kind of trying to think when a good moment would even be to go back to the Dynamax Adventures. Probably when I fly there anyway, which is not until very late. Okay, now that we're done here, we're gonna do a little bit of shopping, because that can absolutely save us later. First you. Hope we don't need them, but at least I'll have them if I do. Yo, Munchie, thank you. Yeah, the gym leaders absolutely use weaker Pokemon in the gym fights. Absolutely. I mean, you fight all of them later on with their like more normal teams, especially in the Galarian Star Tournament. So it would make sense that they don't go in full force on the like, this is more so your trial to see if you're ready. No, it's explicitly mentioned, I think, that like the first moment that like the group is kind of split from like the ones with serious potential and the plebs, so to speak, is like the third gym. So yeah, the first two gyms aren't supposed to be that difficult. Like, even canonically, that's mentioned in the game. Okay, another Team Yell battle. So here this is kind of where we see the one major disadvantage for Sigilith. It doesn't have any AoE moves, which things like Galvantula and Suicune would have. Okay, Hop, can you do that again next turn? I'm gonna take care of the Liepard, and if he then does another double kick, then that'll kill Linoon. Save us a turn. Thank you. That'll bring it down from 4 turns to 3, which is nice. Oh, hello, Shellos. That's annoying. That's an annoying little Shellos. Oh well. That's on me. I thought I could slip by him, but I was too far on the left. Or, no, right. Not left. Oh well. Not a big deal. Like, these fights are all super fast, so even if we do run into an optional, it's not a big deal. I don't know. It's not a trainer I have hit recently at all, but I guess we do today. So be it. Okay, let's do Marnie. So it's finally time we get to fight this rival of ours. Not a very difficult fight, we just flash cannon 3 times and we win, but... Anyway, here we go. Like I said, not actually, or as been stated before, like, let's be fair, no fights are really gonna be a challenge until we get, like gym number 7 or something. But I will say I'm debating how we're gonna go about getting those Dynite ore, because I do need to go back for it, and I'm debating on doing that earlier. If only for the double battles. Oh, what? Nope, nope. That's wrong. The thing is, Dynamax, even if we do a Dynamax adventure all the way to full and getting enough Dynite ore, that might still not be enough. Well, no, it should be enough if we can get the legendary, but that's gonna still take a fair amount of time. Yo, Candy. By the way, for everyone in my channel, you know, be sure to also check out the Really Really Longathon channel. It's in the title. That's where the main event is going to be. You're, of course, welcome to stay in my channel as well, but I figured it's worth mentioning. Also, for the people in the Really Really Longathon channel, you know, if you're interested in seeing more dumb Pokemon speedruns, you know, be sure to also head over to my channel. Yeah, you know, you guys know how this works. This is not a first time that you guys are seeing a marathon. Anyway, so this gym is a little bit... yeah, it's fairly straightforward. This is actually one of the main reasons we got the quick balls earlier. We need 5 points. And a catch is 2 points. A feint of an opponent channel is 1 point. So we catch the Litwick. We then feint this Vulpix, we just use Psychic. And then we go back to the Litwick and catch it again. And that'll give us the 5 points we need. Okay, and after we have the 5 points, it's time for the gym leader. So this is supposedly the first more difficult gym leader. We use 3 psychics and then we win. Yeah, Jaguar, I'm learning button Kaitos 100%. Well, I'm currently doing my casual playthrough of the game before I actually start learning it, but that is the idea. I promised I would do that whenever I got Twitch partnership, and since we got that... Yes, it's a very short 100% run, Cardis. So yeah, this is Ninetales. Goodbye, Ninetales. Yeah, I can't deposit the Litwicks yet. We'll do that in a little bit. This is Arcanine. That was the Arcanine. Yeah, that was the Senti Scorch. Crit! That's unfortunate. Crit loses like 2 seconds in this game. We did not need that crit. We fairly easily kill without it. You know what? I think I'll do the Dynamax Adventures as we're gonna head towards Isle of Armor. Yeah, I think that might be a good moment to do that. So yeah, that is 3 gyms done. We're gonna do 2 more, and then we're actually gonna move away from the main storyline for a little bit and do some DLC stuff. But first, we have to make our way to the next city. Now, our trip to the next city, we're going to use a fairly similar strategy to what I did before in the wild area. I'm I'm actually gonna swap Sobble back into the party, like we do, and then we're gonna fight a very strong Pokemon and faint, and that'll get me into a menu where I can say, okay, I want you to take me to the next city, the Hammerlock. Before we do, we walk out with our rival. We get to see the gym leaders. They're kind of just seeing us off, wishing us luck and all that. Now, Hop is all excited right now, but like, before we even get to the city, he's going to be challenged to a battle by Bede. And Bede is just going to absolutely destroy him. Wait, I should do that. Let's put the level 6 Wooloo in instead. Yeah, we're doing another Death Warp here. We fight this Mudsdale. He's going to use high horsepower. We lose. Very sad. That's going to set me back to the start of the wild area with this lady. And she allows me to travel to Hammerlock. And that is just way faster than walking there. I think this saves like about a minute and a half or so of biking. It's quite significant. So this gym we won't actually do for a little while. This is the Dragon Gym, which is the last one. And as much as it would have been nice to get it out of the way now, that's not really an option. So we'll come back here. We'll do that later. First, we're going to get to see a little bit more lore. See, in this city, there's some ancient vault. Well, we say it's a vault, but there's like 3 tapestries there or something, with something about an ancient legend, and that's really about it. But we're going to go visit it. Raihan is already there waiting for us. It's really more the weather gym than it is the dragon gym, but same thing. Not really, but we're just gonna count it as the same thing. They claim to be a dragon gym. Yeah, so this is the vault. Okay, it's 4 tapestries, not 3. And they tell some ancient legend about the darkest day. That's what we've been hearing about the darkest day for a little bit, by the way. Like, that's kind of what the main story is all about. There was this, this darkest day and, you know, war, and then, 2 kings, one with a sword, one with a shield stood up, and you know, they saved the world, and that was that. I don't know, it's been a while since I've actually done the, like, read up on the story. So before we actually do the fight there, we have to first beat the other gyms, and our next stop is going to be in Stowonside. But before we can get there, Team Yell is going to stop us again, because you see this Anaconda is sleeping, and trainers are loud. This old lady is fine to pass. Old ladies are quiet. They don't make a lot of noise, but trainers make a lot of noise, so they're going to let this Anaconda sleep. That's why we are not allowed to pass. Also, Hop has basically lost the spirit to fight, so he's going to let us do the battle here. Yeah, that's battle number 1. We also fight the other one, but he just has a... or she just has a Lipard. Okay, so now that we've beaten them, they're gonna run off. Also, in the meantime, this Anaconda has woken up, or well, it's about to wake up. It doesn't care. It's just gonna slither off. And it's time for us to meet another character, and this is for many a fan favorite, Opal. She is she's one of the gym leaders, and we'll see her a few more times. So our plan for the upcoming part is we're gonna fight Hop. We're gonna do the 4th gym, make our way to Opal, and you know, beat the fairy gym. So that's all gonna be normal, and then we're actually gonna start touring the other parts. As I said at the start of the run, the Galarian Star Tournament category is the story 100%. So we need to do the main story, the post game, but also the how was that a hit? I was well away from that. Yeah, we also have to do both of the DLCs. And though the Crown Tundra DLC does not scale with level. Like, it doesn't matter when you do that. It's the levels there are going to be the same, so we do it later when we have more resources. The Isle of Armor DLC, however, does... Was there a Pokemon there? Okay, we are getting bodied in this part. I don't like that. Yeah, and the Isle of Armor DLC, that one does scale with level. The moment that you've beaten or the moment that you've become champion, the Pokemon there become significantly stronger, and therefore the fight's significantly slower. So, or well, most of the fight's not really, but some parts become a lot slower as a result. So we're actually going to do the Crown Tundra, or the Isle of Armor earlier, just so that the levels are still going to be low. It doesn't really scale with your game progression. It's basically just either you have beaten the game, or like it just checks if you've beaten the game yet or not. So we need to do that at some point before we beat the game. And it doesn't really matter when. Okay, so Hop is completely down because he got beaten by Bede, and he's lost all faith, and he challenges us to a fight to help him understand what battles we're about again. Something like that. But yeah, this is a fairly straightforward battle, as has every battle been. Now, the next gym is actually a little bit interesting. Earlier I mentioned that some of the games had not yet been routed for Pokemon Sword and Shield. And the reason I say that is, or for either Sword or for Shield, and generally most of them have been routed, or most mains have been routed for Sword, but not for Shield. The main reason for that is that the next gym, as well as the 6th gym, are different depending on the game you play. So some mains will do better than others in certain gyms. So yeah, we're going to get Alistair's league card, and we're just going to go to the next gym after she is very slowly walked away. Yeah, so this is the Ghost Gym. In the other version, this is a Psychic Gym. Sorry, Fighting Gym, not Psychic Gym. There's no Psychic Gym. Yeah, we get to do the Ghost Gym here. Let's see if I can manage to not mess up the path down. Lately, I've been messing that up a lot, and I really shouldn't, because it's not that hard. Ah, well, we're off to a great start. Off to a great start right there. Yeah, this is what I mean with I've been messing this up a lot lately. It's not a huge time loss, but a couple of seconds and I really shouldn't need to lose it. I don't know, my timing on it has just been off lately. Yeah, the one mean thing in this gym, and that's kind of another reason where Sword is just generally a little bit better. This gym, there's only two, this fight will only have 2 Pokemon if you do this in Sword, whereas it has 3 in Shield. It's a small time loss, but it's a small disadvantage that Shield has over Sword. Okay, at least I got that one. That's a pretty big one. Those bonks don't really matter. Okay. At least I didn't mess up there. That was good. There we go. Okay. I messed up the first one big time, but at least we didn't mess up the other 2. So, I'll take it. Yeah, the fact that we have that extra Pokemon around here, as well as the fact that Alistair takes an extra turn because Mimikyu takes 2 hits rather than 1, actually results in me having to use Flash Cannon there. Otherwise, we don't have enough Psychic Power Points. We see teleporters left and right to take you back to the start. I imagine those can be used 2 ways. Okay, here we go. Gym leader number 4. Before last gym we do before we start doing DLC stuff. Yo, I'm seeing a Kizaron raid. How did that marathon? How did your marathon go, Keys? 20k? Nice. Congrats, guys. Yeah, welcome everybody from coming in from Kizaron's marathon. Welcome to another marathon. The really long-a-thon. We're doing really lots of lore too. which is just a lot of long runs with very cool categories that you don't often see in marathons. And yeah, we're doing Pokemon Shield Galarian Star Tournament today, which is a fun one. Which is the any percent plus all of the DLCs plus the post game, and then the Galarian Star Tournament itself. So far so good. So far this run's actually been going alright, except Dynamax Adventure kind of kicked my butt. So I don't have enough Dynite ore, which I'm gonna have to go back for, so that's gonna lose us some time, but I should still safely be within estimate. Yeah, we got this. So yeah, we got the Sigilith in Dynamax Adventure, which is why we have a super high level Sigilith. I died like 2 hits away from killing Suicune, which is not the first time that that's happened. Which means I'm about 5 Dynite ore short, and I haven't really figured out where I'm gonna get that yet. Because I could either gamble on hidden items across the Crown Tundra, or I could just do another round of Dynamax Adventures, but neither is very fast. But we'll figure something out. Okay, so we're gonna go up here and we find Beat is destroying this mural. Which yeah, we're gonna fight him. He's also using the chairman's Pokemon for it, so the chairman is not gonna be happy about that. So I've mentioned this already, but since a lot of new people came in, once we're done with that, we're gonna go to Opal. We're gonna fight we're gonna finish up the 5th gym, and then we're actually gonna start doing some DLC stuff. Because this run does include all of the DLCs, so we have to do both the full Crown Tundra story and the Isle of Armor story. I'm probably gonna do a quick Dynamax adventure so that I have an extra Pokemon for double battles, and since I still need Dynite ore anyway. Which kind of sucks because that's going to lose me like 10 minutes, but so be it. And then once we're done with that, we're going to do a rather big part of the Isle of Armor DLC. So we finally see Rose not in his underwear. And Bede here is going to get disqualified from the gym challenge because of, you know, misconduct. So that is goodbye to Beat for a little while. We're not going to see him for a little bit. And then not too long after, that mural that he was attempting to destroy collapses. We skip to the movie. And then behind it, we find a statue of 2 kings and a sword Pokemon and a shield Pokemon. Which is going to lead Sonia to conclude that these are the 2 heroes from the artworks in the vault and whatnot. And she's going to do some more research. In the meantime, we're going to go do our next gym. Hate getting stuck on an NPC like that. So this forest, super quick. There are some trainers here, but we're pretty much just going to skip all of them. The double battle won't fight us, or the double battle trainers, because we only have 1 Pokemon. Okay, gym time. Now, this is this being the fairy gym actually means it's not that difficult. We have a steel type move, and steel type moves work quite well on fairy types, so we'll be okay here. This is generally the part where things are slowly the levels are slowly starting to catch up with us, and it's starting to become noticeable. We'll see that back in this in the upcoming gym fight, because we'll actually need a single X special attack. It's still just 1, but it is a good point to show the levels have slowly started to catch up a little. We're still super over-leveled, but not as bad as it was. Since we candied at the start, we have not gained a single level yet. In the meantime, all of our opponents have gained like 30. Okay, maybe not 30, but like 20. Okay, first trainer done. We have 2 more to go. So this gym is all about the quiz that you take. So every fight, we get a question, and if we answer correctly, one of our stats will be boosted. If we answer wrong, one of our stats will be reduced. On this particular fight, we're actually going to answer wrong, because it's slightly faster for me to answer the wrong to answer this question wrong than it would be to answer this correctly. Not by much, but the stat reduction here doesn't matter, because I think it's defenses. And we one-shot everything anyway. Oh, it's speed reduction. Yeah, speed reduction doesn't really matter, because we still outspeed easily. Okay, battle number 3. That's the wrong move. Luckily, he went for fake out, so nobody saw that. Oh, this one was the defenses. Okay, so I could have just gone with answer 1 as well, and that would have still been fine. The notes actually do mention answer 1, so... But I wasn't really sure because of that fake out. For some reason, I thought this one was special attack. Either way, that's Opal. Or Opal's gym trainers. We still have to fight Opal herself. Okay, first fight in the game where we're actually going to be needing an X item. And then once we're done with this, yeah, I think we'll just do the Dynamax adventure. We'll lose like 10 minutes, but it should still be okay. It'll, like, if the Dynamax adventure goes well, it should put me like 5-ish minutes behind my PB at this point, which is not terrible. I have like 15 minutes of leeway. So yeah, the first Pokemon there is not that hard, but this Mawile is actually a little bit more difficult. Yeah, we need the X special attack to be able to one-shot the Mawile, I think. Or it's for Crrool, either or. You need it for Crrool? It's just less annoying to set up on Mawile because Weezing can poison you. Gotcha. Thanks for clearing that up, Aspect. Actually, Flippets, I would argue the cake is very much a lie in this game. Because it's not a cake, that's a Pokemon. A Pokemon disguises cake. But I doubt it'll be a very healthy cake. Or a very edible cake. Okay, so I think this is where I'm gonna just dip back into the Crown Tundra and do the Dynamax adventure. I don't like to admit it, but I think I kind of need to. I'm short 5 ore. I don't like this team. Yeah, I set it to another Suicune. I need to get to, or I need to get further, or I need to get more Dynite ore, otherwise we're just never gonna win this. So yeah, this is a bit of a time loss, and it kind of sucks that we have to, but it is what it is. What do you need the ore for? So later on, we need to buy a, how's that called? A carrot. Or, well, carrot seeds. And in order to buy the carrot seeds, you need 8 Dynite ore. Otherwise, they won't sell it to you. I'm gonna catch it, because that way we at least have 3 guaranteed ore. Yeah, we need it for the Shadow Horse. Oh, as I just said, we get the ghost one. Yeah, this is DLC. We got through the first fight reasonably well. We're gonna see Porygon. I would have much preferred the Hitmonlee actually attacking, but... There we go. Do I swap here? I don't think I do. Maybe I should have. I didn't realize that would have Thunderbolt. That's a Fairy type. That's a Cophagrigus. That's better here. Let's hope for some good items. Focus Band. That's the best I've got. Yeah, there's G-Max Alcremie. Do I Dynamax here? We're super low health. That's kind of a problem. I think I don't. Okay, that was a good wide guard. Wide guard blocking that was really useful. Let's do that a second time. Very nice. Okay, what do we have for the upcoming? Yeah, that NPC was being very useful. I don't like going into it without with the health we have, but maybe I should have. Okay, it's whatever. We'll see what happens. Thing is, Wide Guard doesn't help us on this fight. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. I don't know if we win this. Like, despite everything, I'm fairly doubtful we will. I don't even know if I want a Dynamax here. I could do this. If I get it off, at least we'll have Sun Up. Which he'll eventually change to Rain, but at least he won't be able to do that much during it. Like, I'd really kind of hoped that the Boldore would go into Alcremie. Boldore kind of hurts us here. Like, that Sunlight may come to save us. Time will tell, but... Okay, there is Sun really saving us. Unfortunately, Alcremie isn't going to get a move or a hit off. That puts us at 2 lives remaining. I'm stupidly low health, and the Hitmonchan... Or I'm worried about Hitmonlee. Because Hitmonlee is on -2 everything. Because he can absolutely get 2 kills in a turn. We do this. Let's hope for Surf. Surf is our best chance, because that'll get blocked. Yeah, down to 1 life. That crit was just insult to injury. That's fine. Thank you, son. Yeah, that was the end of the sunlight. It's gonna be close again. Come on, Hitmonlee. Please be enough. That's not enough. We lose again. One hit away. Again. This is why I hate having to do the Dynamax adventures like this. Because this gives me 3, which isn't enough. Okay, at least the next one I don't have to go all the way. I need to catch something. But this just loses so much time and it's not necessary. Okay, at least the team chose good Pokemon. So yeah, this is the brutal part of this run. Like I said, we need 8. So I need to catch something. And then we can move on. Yeah, at least someone chose Pelipper. That's gonna be a huge help. Because what I think we do is we deal one massive hit to Sharpedo. And then try and start killing our own teammates. Depending a little bit on what he does, because we do need to win this fight. We'll do one more because only Unfazant is attacking. Yeah, it's going all right here, except we don't have any kills, so we're still on 4 lives. Like this time around, I don't actually need to win because I only need 3 more. That would have, like, if we had won, we would have been done and we would have been in a good position, but we're really not. Of course, the Pelipper got swapped out as well. Okay. There is a silver lining here. If we can get this Pokemon, then at least I won't have to catch a Galvantula separately. But it's gonna matter. It's gonna depend on what else we get, but because I'm not gonna wait around for it. Good. Thank you, Galvantula. Good start. Galvantula is a quick catch, so it's not a huge deal if I need to catch it. Yeah, we're never going to catch that. We'll get our kills first. Which I am actually kind of okay with. Like, I got what I needed to, so... Next turn we get the 4th kill, we get out, we have 3 Dynamax ore. So this puts me about 10 minutes behind my PB. My estimate accounts for about 15 minutes, so... But this should do. We should now have more, right? Yes. Select, yes. It's only 1? I thought you got 3 then. Okay, whatever. 1 is enough. I can make 1 work. We're still 1 short, but that is a single Dynamax adventure, or Dynamax, like, raid battle. Regular raid battle. Or just finding one on the floor somewhere. Can I go to the crown? Yeah. No, I can't fly here. Okay. Let's hurry up and do this. Okay. I don't like where we're at, but it'll be okay. So yeah, welcome to the Isle of Armor. We're gonna try to rush our way through this part. Do most of the Isle of Armor story. And then, we'll see where we're at. I think the biggest time saves are later when we're catching the legendaries. Because I know my PB has a fair few legendaries that did not go well. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Avery myself either, but we're just going to completely wipe the floor with him. So yeah, Avery here gets, like, we beat him in battle. He then gets completely jealous of us. And he's like, I only used 3% of my power. And, you know, the dojo, they're very strong there, so, yeah, you shouldn't want to go there. You should just head home. And then he gives us a style card as a farewell gift. Now, obviously, we're not going to take that. We're just going to go that way. Go Jelly, thank you. We find this random Diglett hiding underground here. There's 150 of these that you can find. It's a nice little side quest that you can do. Yeah, the style card isn't used in a speedrun. It's only relevant in 100%. So yeah, and then Avery here is reporting how, yeah, we went back home. And then we show up anyway. We see Cupfu on the roof there. We'll get that later. So, chat, question for you guys. Should we switch clothes, or should we switch back to the clothes we're currently wearing, or should we stay in the uniform later? Seeing a lot of people vote for uniform, so we're going to do just that. We also meet the dojo master here, Mustard. Oh, come on, a crit. I know it's a high crit rate move, but still. Okay, so we won the fight. Now we have to do a couple, like, basically he's gonna give everyone a couple of quests. You guys wanted me not to switch, so we won't. So yeah, here's the 3 trials. And the winner will receive the secret armor. Also, then Avery comes over being all entitled and all that. Gets his uniforms and then it gets stolen by Slowpoke. Very, very fast Slowpoke. We're gonna go hunt those down. That's our first trial. And in the meantime, the dojo master is just gonna sit on his couch and chill, watch his shows. Oh, he plays Pokemon. Wait, is that canon that he plays Pokemon Quest? That's kind of funny. Nice. I didn't actually know that that was canon. Heck. I messed up. There we go. So close, yet so far. I keep missing them. Okay, there's number 2. And number 3. Okay, so we finished up that part. That's trial number 1. We now get to pick either Bulbasaur or Squirtle. So, any favorites? I don't know if I have enough time with the stream delay and all that, but hopefully I do. It seems to be going about even. I think we have a slight majority for Bulbasaur. Okay, with those 3 extra Squirtle votes, yeah, we have a majority for Squirtle. Let's get Squirtle. Sorry, Bulba, but chat voted. And I think there was a majority for Squirtle. Somebody will have to do the math to check if that was right. See, if only she didn't give Armorite ore, but just Dynite ore, that'd be so much better for me. Unfortunately, it is what it is. But yeah, Armorite ore is decently hard to get. And it's quite useful, but I don't need any Armorite ore in this run, and I do need Dynite ore. We're still one short. Which I'll probably just do by doing a single raid battle, because that's guaranteed to still give me one. But Dynamax Adventure really screwed us over today. $7-5 when I chose Squirtle. Cool. Glad to hear the math checked out. Oh, Wiggly-Woo, careful. Why do I need those? Because I need to buy a carrot, and it costs 8 Dynite ore to get that. No, I think I did need to take that bridge. That's okay, we got through it reasonably fast. Yeah, it's a story-required carrot. I need to talk to him. That's to set a fly point for later. And then we go fight Avery again. Yeah, without the carrot, you can't catch Calyrex, and without Calyrex, you don't finish the Isle of Armor, or sorry, the Crown Tundra story. What is the completion point of Isle of Armor? Or for Crown Tundra, it's all of the legendaries. I imagine that's what you're referring to. Isle of Armor, it's a little different because, you know, there's not really that many legendaries to catch here. But yeah, for Crown Tundra, we need to catch most of the legendaries. So now we get to the most fun part of this run, if I'm being completely honest. Well, first we have to do another battle, and then we're going to get Cupfu. Now, the thing with Cupfu is there's actually something really fun you can do that really speeds up the story. But first, we get confirmed that we've beaten our second trial, and you know, everybody's going to enjoy some max soup, and then we have to battle Avery a third time. Yeah, now I will say we don't actually have to get all of them. We don't have to get... what's it called again? We don't have to get the Swords of Justice. So, Cabalian, Virizion, Terrakion, and Keldeo, we don't have to catch those. But we do need the 3 legendary birds. We need Calyrex, and we need the Regis. Wait, what? I feel like I forgot something. What did I forget? Is he on the right here? I feel like I should know this. Oh yeah, he's here. I was about to say, I'm forgetting something and I can't remember what. There we go. I realized way too late that I needed to go to the living room. Oh well. Now, lucky for us, Avery's Pokemon are still super low level. So we really don't have to worry all that much. Okay, that's the second one. There's the Kadabra. And last but not... Yeah, these... So the way that the levels here work, if we've beaten the main storyline, the levels here will be buffed. But since we haven't yet, they haven't been buffed yet. So all of the levels here are super low. Which works in my favor big time. Okay, so now now that we've completed the third trial, we're gonna get Kupfu. And this is where the fun really begins. So the idea is you get Kupfu, and then you have to travel with him around the Isle of Armor, showing him all kinds of cool places, you know, to inspire Kupfu or something. After you've done that, you're allowed to take the final trial with Kupfu, where, you know, you have Kupfu versus a bunch of other Pokemon. And at the end, we can then evolve it into Urshifu. Depending on which tower we take, it's either dark or water. But, see, all of that takes quite a lot of time, and we have a pretty good way of doing that a lot faster. Yeah, first we finish up this part. We get back to the dojo, we talk to the master, and this is where we're going to get our new Pokemon, Kupfu. Now, you may have already noticed, earlier I set a fly point near the Tower of Darkness, and that's actually just because that one's a little bit faster for us to get to. Like, we went to Digging Paw because it's just a convenient fly point for this, as well as something that we have to do later on in the story still. So there we go, that's Kupfu. Now, the first thing we need to do with Kupfu is build trust. Standing in the good spots, you know, showcasing him around, that's the idea. I have something else in mind, though. You become friendly with Kupfu and show it to Master Mustard. What we're instead gonna do, though, is we're gonna go into the menu and we're gonna release him. Goodbye, Kupfu. And now it's time to go to the Tower of Darkness. And now just watch the replies from the NPCs. This part's always kind of funny. Yeah, we've just released Kupfu. So now let's go to the Tower of Darkness, shall we? So we talk to her, and she's all like, wait. Oh, I needed to talk to Mustard first. Ugh. I'm making rookie mistakes, and I don't like it. Now we can go to the towers. Silly old me. So, Mustard is very disappointed in us. For, you know, somewhat obvious reasons, I suppose. Yeah, Mustard is very disappointed. So now we have to make our way up the tower. Everybody's going to be super quiet. They've lost all respect for me. Yeah, this is the last bit of the Isle of Armor that we'll do now. I've definitely messed up a little bit more than I would like to admit, but so be it. Oh yeah, they've definitely accounted for the possibility of you just releasing Kapfu and still allowing you to finish the story. They've thought about this. I'm glad you guys are, Sapphire. I'm glad you guys are. Like, the combination of luck and, execution have both not been great. Like, the execution part I can compensate for, but the luck definitely, like, if we had just gotten the Suicune on the first round, we would have been like a solid 15 minutes faster now. Why is darkness better than water? Because there's a fly point closer to it. That is the only reason. So this is our second time fighting Mustard. Now normally this fight is supposed to be Kapfu versus Kapfu, but yeah, that's obviously not happening. Now this Kapfu does have a focus sash, so he's always going to survive a single hit at least. That's it. That's the entire fight. So yeah, now that we're done with that, we're gonna very quickly move towards the next bit of the storyline, because we still have a lot of story left to do as well. Yo, Skessy. You never finished the DLC, so it's the first time you're seeing this. Yeah, this is actually not the end of the DLC. We're gonna finish the DLC itself later, but there's not really a need to do that now. Like, we can finish the DLC at a later point in time and we'll be okay, but we wanted to get up to that point done because of the levels that they have right now compared to what they will have later. So yeah, here story-wise what happens is we hear some explosion and something about the power, a power spot there, and Pokemon randomly Dynamaxing, but Leon's gonna take care of it and we're just gonna progress with our gym challenge. Do you do the Crown Tundra in this run? Yes. This run includes all of the, both of the DLCs completely, as well as the entire main game and post game, and then once all of that is done, we can access the Galarian Star Tournament. This is the 100% story run. Do you need to win that tournament? Yes. But to be honest, the Galarian Star Tournament itself is really not that difficult because we'll have Calyrex by that point. Like by the time we get to the end of the game as a whole, like the last bit of the story, by that point we'll have so many legendaries to work with. There's really nothing that can stop us anymore at that point. Because we'll have Calyrex, we'll have 4 different Reggies. I don't want that. Okay, that's... Oh, he didn't make any remarks on that crit. Nice. Yeah, we'll have Calyrex, we'll have all of the Reggies, we'll have all of the legendary birds. I thought that wasn't a range at the attack that I have. My notes say 100% at 3 IV or more. We definitely have 3 IV or more. Huh. Interesting. Oh yeah, we have Zamazenta as well. I don't really know where I would have missed a level, though. I mean, it's fine. It's not a huge deal. How did he see me from there? Oh, I hate this trainer, dude. I think we're probably going to be behind after, or we're going to cut, like, if the legendaries don't go well, we're cutting this really close on estimates. It's fine, the marathon is an hour ahead, so it's not a huge deal, but... Yeah, we still have the Odd Incense equipped. So it's not that. That's fair. Yeah, I guess this is the one marathon where I really shouldn't worry too much about the estimate anyway, because everyone's gonna go like half an hour under anyway. Or at least a fair few people do. So the fact that we're an hour ahead says enough. Although to be fair, I won't really know where we're at estimate-wise until we're at until we're done with the legendaries, basically. Because that matters way more. Come on, move. I never trust that NPC. Anyway, time to make our way to the next gym. Okay, so we're gonna actually, like, this gym is actually kind of a cool one because there's a really cool little trick that we can do right at the start to skip a trainer. Let's see if we can successfully pull it off. That should do. Yes. So that's how we skip that trainer. Basically, we step onto right at the edge of that field, and that's enough for it to count. So then when we fall down, it just puts us on the middle of it. Allows us to skip one trainer there. I'll wait this one out. Okay, that's the second one. So the third one is a little bit harder because we have fairly low visibility here. We should still be able to do this. Okay. And there we go. Not bad. That was pretty smooth. Okay, so far the last actually very cool gym challenge that we have to do. The other ones are all just battles. But yeah, here's Melanie, the 6th gym leader of the game. From here, we're kind of just going to progress until rather late into the run. We're gonna basically just try and beat most of the story bits, like the main storyline in the post game. And I think after we're done with that is when we actively start to try and do the DLC stuff. The thing is, this part is kind of required anyway. I don't know if we do Zamazenta. We might do Zamazenta first. Or, not Zamazenta, Calyrex first. Because Calyrex is quite helpful to have. No, that was a damage range. Although another damage range that I was supposed to get, but because I'm not minus nature. Oh well. It is what it is. We won the fight, that's the important part. Yeah, I don't know either aspect, but the damage calc does seem to be off. I mean, our special attack isn't great. I'll say that. It's like 8 IV. But it should be good enough that we should be hitting those ranges. But you know what? It's fine. Yeah, here in the restaurant, we find another one of those tapestries that's all in the vault. And somehow this restaurant has got like a good chunk of one of them. And nobody has noticed. For God knows how many years that must have been hanging there. Anyway, this is where we're going to fight our rival again. Oh, wait. Nope. I want to fight you. Yep, let's go. Didn't mean to hit B there. I mean, Beat is kind of like a rival in my book. I'd argue Beat is one of your rivals. Might not be the main rival, but he's one of them. So yeah, this fight, like I said, not a very difficult fight at all. We're still over leveled and that helps us quite a bit. Before I use the candies, I am gonna wait until we level up again, I think, because we have more experience than you normally would, I think. Or at least we should. But yeah, we're gonna do, we're gonna go to the 7th gym next. And we'll make it work one way or another. Wait, I'm on they're rerunning something of mine on the ESA channel as well, Skip. That's kind of funny. Oh yeah, I see. It's funny how I'm now live on 3 different channels at the same time. Yes, yeah. I'm streaming to the I'm on the really longathon channel, obviously. I'm also streaming this run to my own channel at the same time. And apparently they just started a rerun of mine on the ESA channel. Which is kind of funny how that happens. Yeah, apparently I am. It's just funny how they lined up, I suppose. How do you see me from there? I'm hitting all kinds of trainers at distances that are just barely in their range. Like, I've been here before, obviously, and I've fought... But I've never had... Like, usually I take this path, and I've never had trouble dodging this trainer. Which annoys me because it's like... I've never struggled with these trainers. Like, I've taken this path many times and I've never struggled with these trainers. Right now, I'm very happy that I bought energy roots at least. I mean, luckily each of the fights that we do or that we've done as a result are all relatively quick, but they're all unnecessary. And that just frustrates me a little bit. It's not a huge deal. We'll make it work, but I guess next time I should just go behind that trainer instead. But, you know, it's going to be very easy for us to still meet estimates, no problem. We're just going to get to the Crown Tundra later, and we're going to catch every single legendary in a quick ball. That's how we're going to win this game. Every single legendary, just first ball, easy. I'll grab that. Both of them. Maybe I should have used one on Dracolo, because then I would have at least also had a Dracopult, but we're just gonna go with it. Anyway, we have now finally arrived at the Dark-type gym. Or, no, sorry. We have arrived at Team Yell's secret lair. So earlier I mentioned that Team Yell, like, they're presented at first as kind of like the evil team, but they're really not. Like, sure, like, they're obviously fans of Marnie. But here it kind of gets explained why that's a thing. Welcome to the Dark-type gym. The gym trainer's here. that we thought, in a way, were Team Yell members. They're actually, the Team Yell members that we thought to be like the main team here. They're all gym trainers. Yeah, that would explain how I'd missed those ranges aspect. That would absolutely explain how I missed those ranges. Okay, here we go. These two. Oh, I still haven't taught Icy Wind. I need to do that before we get to the next gym. It's not too important that I do it during this, but I need to make sure we teach it before I finish this gym. Could probably just do that right away, just so I don't forget. That'll be relevant for the upcoming gym. Of course, we miss. Oh well, works out. We're fine. I can't even picture Marnie with the guitar. I don't remember that animation at all. So I would meet Pierce, the 5th gym leader of the game. Or 7th gym leader of the game. It's the only gym leader that doesn't have a Dynamax Pokemon. Or that doesn't Dynamax any of his Pokemon. So, yeah, here we go. I think it's Marnie's older brother. And that's also why the Team Yell members are all such big fans of Marnie. You know, his older brother is the leader of the gym in this city. That's the wrong move. Luckily it killed. Kind of forgot. Or the order is a little bit different, which is a little annoying. So I was supposed to do Air Slash for Obstagoon and then Flash Cannon on Malamar, but this will do. Okay, time for the last Pokemon. Here's Skuntank. Sucker Punch shouldn't kill unless it crits, so we can just go for it. Doesn't go for it anyway. Good. Yeah, that's another gym done. One more to go, and then we're done with the gyms sequence of this game. I mean, then we still obviously have this tournament left, which is a pretty big deal, but we'll get to that. Now, as soon as we leave the gym, another explosion happens. More about, you know, Pokemon Dynamaxing when they shouldn't. And Leon is going to go save the day again. Goodbye, Mr. Leon. We're going to go chase after him because we need to go in that direction anyway. You know, making our way back to Hammerlock. So yeah, there is a small little movie here because Skip Movies is on. We get to skip that one. One of the few cutscenes that we do get to skip. I maybe should have gotten choice specs. Actually. Yeah, we need choice specs for the tournament. Well, to be fair, there's no cat cam right now anyway, Skip, so you're really not missing much. That said, I mean, you're welcome to also watch it through my channel. Both ends are live. Both will do. So this loading screen always takes forever, but basically we're being transported to the vault. The gym challenge in this one is we need to beat 3 trainers. That's it. That's the entire thing. So since we have Dracloak, I'm going to try to save a little bit of time by trying to one-turn some of these fights. It's at least worth a shot, you know? See if we can save a little bit of time and actually make the Dracloak worthwhile. This is why I maybe should have used a candy on it, so it would have evolved into Dracopult. Make it just a little bit more powerful. Oh yeah, the leader just stands there and watches the fight. This at least gives me an extra good Pokemon to work with. This is fine, I guess. Hey, kitty cat, you're wet. Cat just decided to jump on my lap, and he's very clearly just been outside. Sidekick there. Dragon darts there. Yeah, you were not wrong that there was a cat just now, Skip. But, he couldn't get comfortable on my lap, so then he jumped off again. And now I don't know where he went. Probably somewhere behind me. Okay, final gym fight of the game. This isn't quite the halfway point, but at this point we're roughly halfway. Yo, LBC. So we're just gonna get rid of this first, I think. Which then gets us Seneconda and Duraludon. Now, I'm not going to be able to kill both of them, and the Duraludon is going to get an attack in, which is fine. I think we just Icy Wind and X Special Attack. That'll at least kill the Seneconda. Yeah, G-Max depletion, I mean, sure, it does damage, but it's really not a big deal. And now we just kill with a combination of Psychic and Dragon Darts. And there we go. That is the last gym of the game done. That does not mean we're near we're anywhere near done though. At this point there's still about an hour of story left. Then there's the entire post game, the entire Crown Tundra, and a little bit of the Isle of Armor. Also, I still need to pick up choice specs because I forgot about those earlier. So I'm pretty sure I forgot those in PB as well, so... So this is where Sonia becomes a professor. Or well, where she gets the lab coat. Indicating that Sonia is now the new professor. Okay, I'm gonna quickly go here, pick up that choice specs that I forgot. And then we're gonna go to the Hammerlock station and make our way to... well, basically this game's equivalent of sort of the Elite Four, but also not really the Elite Four. Wait, no, this way. It's more of a boss rush, really. Yeah, correct. Anyway, here we go. We're gonna give that. Deposit the Dracopult. And that ought to do it. So yeah, this next part we're still going to very much do with Sigilith. I mean, Sigilith still holding out decently well, honestly. I mean, it's not Suicune, and it's not like Galvantula. There we go. But it's holding out okay. The main problem is just we're still short on Dynite ore. Only one though, and one is a lot more manageable. Means I just need to find one den. Okay, there we go. That's Harper. Now, the reason I needed to get rid of, what's his name? Dracopult is mainly on account of one of the trainers, like not the trainer after this, but the one after that. That's a double battle, and we can skip that if we only have one Pokemon. That's a shame. Kinda hope that a super effective hit would kill, because I knew Psychic wasn't going to. Phalanx. And grap locked. Okay, that is this is the last trainer we have to fight on Route 10. So from here on, what we're gonna do is we're gonna make our way to Wyndon, and then it's time for the boss rush. There's a number of trainers we need to fight there. Most of them should be fairly easy. I don't really know if there's any that are actually like gonna be potentially a problem. I don't think there are. Like, by now, and that is worth mentioning, by now our levels have completely caught up. So we are at a point where we can't really... Like, our high level is not what's going to help us anymore. At this point, we're just relying on Sigilyph being a decently good Pokemon. That's still high level, but not as over-leveled as it used to be. And we're just going to hope that it does what it needs to do. Which should be okay. Anyway, time for us to step into the arena. This is also where the Galarian Star Tournament is going to happen. Won't be for a while, but it is where the Galarian Star Tournament is at. But we're still a good 4 hours away from that. Okay, Torment I'm fine with. It's not Snarl, and that's kind of the important part. Okay, Sucker Punch, that hurts, but it's okay. We should survive Sucker Punch quite easily. We miss! Okay. That's not good. I should have full restored instead. That's a painful crit. That air slash miss, dude. And I can't use it again. Crap. Okay, Icy Wind works. That sucked. Okay, that Marnie fight was very sketchy. That miss definitely got very close to screwing us over. Okay, last time we're going to be fighting against Hop in the main storyline. There is still another fight with him in the post-game. 2 more, actually, I think. But last time in the main storyline. That is really unfortunate. Okay, time for his starter. Yeah, okay, so basically, we're going to finish the main storyline, the last bit, and then once we're done with that, we are going to make our way to Calyrex. So we're going to first finish the main storyline. How's the run going? It's not well. Both the luck and execution have not been going great. Luck especially has been... We lost like 15 minutes on Dynamax Adventures already, and I still don't have enough. So, yeah, right now we're on... Like, if we keep the pace like this compared to my PB, we're not going to make Estimate. We're going to be like 2 minutes over. Which, considering the marathon is over an hour ahead, is not a huge deal, but... And I will say there is still a lot of chances to make that up. Let's not forget that, chat. We're not done yet. It is still absolutely possible for me to win this. Oh yeah, like marathon-wise, it'll be fine because we're so like the marathon is so far ahead anyway. I will say I'm kind of glad now that I told Zelnas not to put an extra run in before mine, because I know he had a filler of about an hour in case we needed it. I told him, nah, I'm fine starting earlier because I knew I could. And right now I'm kind of glad that I didn't, so that if I go half an hour over, which is not likely, mind you, then not a huge deal. But the thing is, right, so the biggest part that's left is, the majority of what's left is very RNG heavy. And my PB doesn't actually have very good RNG. Like, it's below average RNG. So if we get average or above average RNG, we'll save time there. And that can easily be in the multiple minutes. Not saying we will, but it's not impossible. But yeah, first things first, we're gonna finish up the main storyline. Like, that's our first priority right now, finishing the main story. Like, we've already done, like, over half of the Isle of Armor. But we have a little bit of story that we need to do first. Should I use choice specs here? That might be more powerful. Is there any fight we don't use? Even there, I could use it. Until beat, I could use that for everything. Heck, I could probably use it for beat as well. Because Psychic isn't going to one-shot there anyway. Flash Cannon probably won't either, but... yeah, I think we'll switch to choice specs, because we have them. I can use that for at least a while. Especially since I actually want to spend most of my money on these. I probably don't need that many. I should be investing most in Dusk Balls anyway, but... oh, I'm supposed to Air Slash on the Pharaoh Seed, but I guess I'll just Psychic that as well. That got very close to one-shotting it. Not enough, though. Yeah, we should have enough. We should be good. So you basically won the right to be a gym leader at this point, right? Sort of. I mean, the next part that we're gonna do is the tournament against the gym leaders. Also, I think in this game, or in this region, I should say, generally speaking, the gym leader chooses their successor. Or chooses their successor, because we see Opal choose Bede as her successor. And the same with Pierce and Marnie. Even though Bede has never won the gym challenge, so... Yeah, Choice Specs one-shots the Steelix. That Steelix would not have been a one... Actually, no, it would have been a one-shot. Never mind. I was like, that Steelix wouldn't have been a one-shot without the Choice Specs, but it probably would have been, actually. So what happened there, by the way, for those wondering what's going on story-wise, is the how do I call this? Words hard. So we're like, Leon is missing. We were supposed to go out for dinner, but he's missing, and we hear that he was with Chairman Rose. Now, we can't actually get to the Macrocosmos Tower because Oleana gave the key of the monorail to, like, one of her goons to make sure that we couldn't get there. Now, we got that key. We made our way to the tower, and then up the top of the tower is where Leon and Rose are at. Mind you, at this point, we don't really know what's going on, but Leon was late. So we suspect something's going on. Gonna very quickly go over here to grab the rare candy, and then we're gonna go into the tower. So now we're gonna have to climb our way to the top of the tower here, which shouldn't be too bad. The downside is there's a lot of steel types. The upside is we're still quite strong. Like, Sigilyph is level 74, so it's really not bad. Yeah, along the way to the top, we're going to see 3 double battles, like 3 sets of Macrocosmos' employees are going to try to stop us. Now, Hop over here, he's going to be completely useless because all of them use steel types, and Hop is dead set on using his Wooloo. Also, I just realized we are going to be short on psychic power points. That could be a little bit of an issue. Although, flip side of that is Struggle is typeless and Psychic is resisted, so... Okay, Wooloo. Or Dubwool. That should kill. Cool. There we go. See, that's supposed to take 3 psychics. Now it took 2 turns, so... worth it. Because Hop is going to heal our Pokemon here, so we're actually fine. Second double battle. The nice thing with Sigilith is despite our main attacks being resisted by most of our opponents here, we still manage to one-shot a lot of things. Or at worst, two-shot. Okay, double be helpful, please. Body Slam. Body Slam's fine. Nice paralysis. Okay, so, last one. We're going to attack Stunfisk first, because that one has bounce, and it can decide to go up in the air. So we attack it turn 1, in the hopes that we kill it, and if we don't, well, so be it. But at least then it'll be, yeah, it'll at least have big damage going into... oh, he goes for Muddy Water. That's... fine? Yeah, that's probably fine. Now I can just Psychic it again and it's done. No need to deal with Bounce. Bounce can be super annoying sometimes, so... And there we go. Yeah, that crit was not necessary. Granted, that one, like, the Steelix is not a guaranteed one-shot generally, but with the combination of choice specs and the fact that Wooloo had already, or Double had already attacked a few times, I'm pretty sure it was, even without a crit. That brings us to the last fight in the tower here. Time for Oleano. Now, I'm curious if we can actually one-shot the Milotic now. I don't think we can. I'd be very surprised, but it'd be very nice if we could. No, I don't think so. Maybe with plus special attack or something, but... yeah, the rest of the fight is free. Like, we one-shot everything from here. Is Sigilith better for speedruns than Excadrill now? No. This is with DLC. So at the start of the run, what we did is we went into the Crown Tundra DLC and we caught a level 65 Pokemon there. Now, I was aiming for for Suicune, but we failed to catch Suicune twice, and Sigilith was the best thing I got. But since we get it at level 65, it's still really overpowered throughout the game, and still much faster than Excadrill. So no, Sigilith isn't better, not by any means, but it's a good Pokemon, and because we got it at a super high level, it's worth it. Oh, my Oleana, this was a really good Oleana. We actually saved like close to a minute on Oleana. Not enough to put me back on sub-estimate pace, but closing in. Slowly but steadily closing in. Okay, so now that this part is done, it's time to actually fight all of the gym leaders. Basically, we have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 battles left, and then we're gonna go into the Crown Tundra. Now, once we get to the Crown Tundra, there's a few things we need to do. We need to catch a Cryogonal, which I need in order to open up one of the doors. We need to get an we need to... No, we have the Everstone. We need to get either an Electabuzz or a Galvantula. Galvantula is preferred, but Electabuzz would be fine as well. Or Electivire, for that matter. That works too. And then we're going to get Calyrex. Shadow Rider Calyrex, to be precise. And that'll kind of be our main for pretty much all of what's left. Yeah, the Galvantula is for Galvantula or Electabuzz is for paralysis stuff. And then the others are all just for trying to attack, trying to weaken opponents. I can imagine, Manic. I can imagine. Hope you guys have been enjoying this run, by the way. It's, we're still in the main storyline. That part is by far the biggest part of this run, but hope it's been fun anyway. Also, if it has been, and you've been enjoying yourself here, be sure to also, you know, check out my channel at some point. Always appreciate if, you know, if somebody were to drop a, or always appreciate it if you were to drop a follow. If you've been enjoying yourself, of course. We do these sort of stupid runs all the time, so. Okay, I kind of figured Mawile was going to be a one-shot. Most of the other things here are going to be fairly easy. Like special attack on Gardevoir, and then... or Rapidash, I guess. I don't even really know if I needed the X special attack. I'm not sure if we would one-shot the Hatterene otherwise, because we are supposed to use Flash Cannon, so we probably needed it. Anyway, it wasn't worth risking regardless. Also, for anyone that's currently watching through my channel, be sure to check the link in the title. We're currently streaming on the Really Really Longathon channel for really lots of lore 2, which is an event full of lore-filled, story-based long runs So, you know, if you need a run to chill to, these are like, this is the kind of marathon where you have runs where you can go to sleep at the start of the run, and by the time you wake up, it's still going, which is always an interesting concept. So, you know, be sure to check that out as well. We've got some very cool runs this week. Yo, Mark. So yeah, that's the beat fight. Not a very difficult fight at all. I'm doing alright, thank you, Mark. Just doing a squeaky little marathon for really, really lots of lore. No, I'm not, Mark. We're doing a marathon run, which is why I don't do the usual. You know, we're live on the really, really longathon channel right now. Yeah, bulkiest. Bede is a guy. Anyway, now that we've beaten Bede, we can do the 4 fights here. Nessa, Alistair, or actually 3 fights here. Nessa, Alistair, and Raihan. None of those fights are going to be particularly difficult. This is all just X special attack, psychic 5 times, and the same goes for just about every fight that's left. So, yeah, none of these fights should be particularly difficult. We're just going to make the best of it. Okay, Sword Stance is actually good, because that means I have a free setup turn and then I can just Psychic a bunch. This fight's already over. That's kind of the nice thing about, especially now that we have choice specs rather than the normal odd incense. Because I needed the choice specs anyway for Calyrex later, for the Galarian Star Tournament part. And in the meantime, we can just kind of use that to wipe the floor with everyone. Suddenly these fights are not difficult. Yeah, I noticed, but like somebody mentioned earlier that we are apparently live on 3 channels at the same time. My own one, the really, really longathon one, and the rerun on the ESA channel, and that's just kind of funny to me. But yeah, welcome either way. I do just about every single Pokemon game, so if you like Pokemon, you're at the right spot. So yeah, the Dreadnought here, going to be an easy one-shot with Psychic. And then once we have that, we're going to move on to Alistair. Now, Alistair should be completely free, especially with choice specs. Normally, the Cursula is a range, but that's really about the only one. And with choice specs, that even shouldn't be a range anymore. The 3 channels you have online in your following channels. Nice, Audrey. Yeah, it's kind of funny how that worked out. How we ended up on 3 different channels at the same time. This was not planned, but I don't mind it. You fixed the ranges now, at least, you know, not to use odd incense. Yeah, the odd incense being 20% rather than 30% definitely makes a difference there. That makes that makes sense, but like, that makes sense. I don't do a lot of glitched runs. I'll say that up front. I do a lot of I do a lot of Pokemon in general. Like, I run every Pokemon game just about, except for some really obscure ones. And, but I mostly do glitchless. Speaking of, and since you guys are big fans of really, really long runs, or at least the people on the Really, Really Longathon channel, I imagine are, speaking of, we're currently planning on this year's Pokemon series race, where we're going to do just about every Pokemon game, or not just about every. This year's is a bit shorter, but it's a race of most Pokemon games back to back, where we do one of every. And this year it's short. Last year it was just about every Pokemon game. We did 62 games back to back. This year it is only 30 something games, where it's one of each main series, including like one of each remake and whatnot, plus like 15 or so side games, which I'm really looking forward to. That's going to be a lot of fun. It's a stupid run, but it should be a fun run. That's happening in like 3 months. I really need to get started on routing, because I'm not that far yet. Okay, so this Cursula is normally a range, but because we have choice specs, it shouldn't be. Yo, Dav? Yeah, I thank you for the good luck, Dav. Yeah, a few people have come in from the ESA rerun. It's kind of funny because they're rerunning a marathon run of mine, and we're currently doing another marathon run, this time for the Really, Really Longathon channel. Yes, we do have to catch each Pokemon at least once again, but this year side games count, and that's going to be an interesting one. So it is 30-some games. Channel is in the title, Cobra. If you guys are wondering what channel to check out, if you're in my channel, title is in the or channel link is in the title. No worries, no worries. Feel free to ask. You're allowed to, but like you can post it, no problem. My chat does not ban links. I have mods to do that if needed. Yeah, that was a really good Alistair. So just to cross Nessa and Alistair, I've saved almost a minute, which puts us almost back on sub-estimate pace. Yeah, it's one of the main reasons why we decided to do something different this year for the series race, and actually, like, it's a bit shorter, but it's also, it allows for a lot more cool little things we can do. Oh yeah, for sure, bot, like, for sure. Okay, so here's the last gym leader we need to fight. After this, it's just the champion remaining, and then we're done with the main storyline. Right? That's how this is supposed to go, right? Then we can start looking for Calyrex. Okay, so here I need to use an X special attack. Otherwise, we will not one-shot the Duraludon. Even with the X special attack, it's normally a range. But because we have X special or choice specs, I don't think it will be. I hope. Oh wait, no, I don't need another one. One is enough. Anyway, time for the rest of the fight. Yeah, they know, Dav. They know. So Raihan here is actually still very much the weather trainer that he was earlier, except This time he basically has a different Pokemon for each type of weather, which means over the course of the fight he tries to change the weather like 3 times. Like he starts with Sun, then if Gudra gets a turn it changes it to Rain, and if Flygon gets a turn it changes it to Sand. So yeah, that doesn't really work for a Like, I imagine wanting a weather-based team, that can work, but the way he has it set up, it just does not work. Anyway, time for Duraludon. This is the last Pokemon, and then we're done. We're basically done with this. Okay, yeah, I can just keep choice specs on, actually, for Rose. Yeah, okay. Okay, so between Bede and Raihan, I saved nearly 2 minutes. We're on sub-estimate pace again. I didn't know this part was that bad. It's kind of funny. Actually, I think I know why. I think in my PB, I went for a bathroom break during this, because even though there's a 4-minute break coming up, I needed to go. Just kind of funny. I think that's why we saved so much time there. I vaguely remember that being a thing, because with a run like this, and that's true for a lot of runs, I guess, in the really, really longathon marathons. You know, you gotta actually plan in your bathroom break. This run actually has a rather convenient one, because at about like the 5-hour 20 mark, which is a little over halfway, there is a 4-minute break because there's credits there. So that's actually a great opportunity to refill water, go to the bathroom, that sort of stuff. Anyway, so this is the champion. And then right before our fight begins, it turns out that Rose has been evil and he's brought about the darkest day. And rather than Leon taking care of all of the issues, this time we actually get to take care of it together. Which is kind of a first. I mean, Leon's kind of been just handling the regular day-to-day problems, which makes sense because, you know, he's the champion and all that. Now that we've proven our worth, we can finally help out as well. We have a great idea. We're going to go into the Slumbering Wild and see if we can find the Sword and Shield Pokemon. Quick question. Maybe somebody can check that for me. The Dusk Balls are in Hammerlock, right? We have Quick Balls, but I still need to buy Dusk Balls, and I'm not 100% sure if that was in Hammerlock. I thought it was Hammerlock Central, but it doesn't hurt to have somebody check that, I suppose. If somebody has or feels up to helping me out with that. Of course. I knew I was going to hit that. I was either that or the other Rookidee. Oh, right, yeah, Timer Balls are better. Good point. This is what I mean. Like, these encounters are a nightmare around here. South Hammerlock has the Dusk Balls. Okay, where's the Timer Balls? Because I'll still get a few Dusk Balls. Come on, seriously? Okay, this is BS. We've lost like half a minute on random encounter. Oh, it's the same spot. Okay, yeah, then that's convenient. I can buy a couple of Dusk Balls so that we can use that. Because I think up to turn 10, Dusk Balls is better, and then starting like turn 10 or something, Timer Balls become better. Up to turn 7, Dusk Balls are better. Cool, gotcha. So I'll still buy a couple of Dusk Balls just so we have them, because they could be helpful on a few spots. And then we'll mostly just buy Timer Balls. Yeah, Timer Balls got buffed big time. I should have known that, but I kind of forgot about that. Because, you know, usually I just use Timer Ball. Or you just use Dusk Balls instead. Okay, so we finally got the Sword and the Shield. And now it's time for us to get out of here and try and finish the main storyline. How about that? So just a recap for everyone that came in later, the Galarian Star Tournament is a 100% story, so we're also doing both of the post-game storylines. Both of the DLC storylines. We do the post-game, and then after all that, we... Yeah, that should get us through. After that, we can enter the Galarian Star Tournament. But not until we beat the main storyline. I mean, we've already done most of Isle of Armor. We did a lot of that earlier. Because it's just faster to do Isle of Armor relatively early. But, first things first. Time to beat Macrocosmos's Rose. Honestly, I always found this fight really cool. The placement of it is a bit out there, but I still do find it a very cool battle. Okay, Kling Klang. Berserker. Yeah, these first few aren't really an issue. We do have to still set up a little bit for Caparaja. That's pretty big damage, but it's okay. Okay, Curse is good. That's what we like to see. Okay, we're gonna quickly heal. I definitely want to have full health for the next fight. And then let's go. Time for Eternatus. Any snack breaks? There's a break coming up in 3 battles. There'll be about a 4-minute break. So if anyone who's been watching is like, yeah, I kind of want to go to the bathroom or grab a snack, but I don't want to miss anything. In probably about 10 minutes, there is a break. That'll also be my break. At that point, I'm gonna use those 4 minutes to refill my water and go to the bathroom. So yeah, the Eternatus fight, because we're part Psychic, because of Psychic makes it very easy. It's actually a range if we don't have choice specs, but since we have choice specs, it becomes rather easy. I think if you let Eternatus Gigantamax in regular gameplay, he'd be way too overpowered. Considering that thing has over 1,000 base stat total, it's kind of a thing. Is this a speedrun? Yes, we're currently doing a 100% story speedrun for really lots of lore, which is which is an ongoing marathon title in the link in the title. Basically, it's just the 100% story speedrun where we or where we do the main storyline, the post game, both of the DLCs, and then the Galarian Star Tournament. Yeah, I know, but I needed to put the link somewhere, and titles are a way to do that. Okay, so we see Zacian and Zamazenta show up. Like I said, ideally we would actually want to get Zacian. So that's also why Sword is ever so slightly better than Shield. But I can work with Zamazenta as well. Not a huge deal. Alright, so we're actually going to start with a guard spec. That's just so we can keep our buffs a little bit longer. And I think even more so that we don't get debuffed. Because Eternatus can do a lot of damage with debuffs. That's actually not a bad crit. The most powerful attack we have, so. Except for maybe Psychic, I guess. That is quite accurate, Less Honor. That is quite accurate. We do indeed catch a high-level Pokemon in the Crown Tundra and then progress through the story. Yo, Purple. Thank you. Alerts are off because we're on a marathon right now. But I appreciate the resub. We catch a high-level Pokemon in the Crown Tundra by doing a Dynamax adventure. If you catch Pokemon, like the Dynamax adventure lets you play with Pokemon that are not yours, and you, like the Pokemon you take out of it is always level 65 or 70. 65 for regular, 70 for legendaries. And since you use rental Pokemon, you're not at a disadvantage by having very weak Pokemon of your own. Yeah, that was a really solid Eternatus. Not surprising we saved quite a bit of time there. Okay, now it's time to actually finish the main storyline, which is the first of like 5 pieces that we finish. So we don't really care about Eternatus' stats, because we're not going to keep that as our main for very long. It'd be nice if its stats are good, but if it's not, it's okay. Yeah, understandable, Less Honor. Understandable. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, and everything in between, here we go. It's time for us to face off against the champion for realsies now. Sword and Shield, I personally found them very enjoyable. Anyway, here we go. So the champion fight's actually a little bit different depending on the starter you pick. I think it's 2 of his Pokemon that are different depending on which starter you have. But he always leads Aegislash. And that's okay for me because that gives me a good amount of time to set up. I would have preferred... No, this is fine? This is probably fine. We use a Max Mushroom because that boosts all of my stats by 1 stage. And then Flamethrower. We use Dynamax Cannon. Dynamax Cannon is a move that only Eternatus has. It's really powerful, and it does a lot of extra damage if the target Pokemon is Dynamaxed. Very useful. Yeah, we use Eternatus despite Sigilyph being much higher level, just because Eternatus is just that good. Like, despite the 17 level gap that we have, 18 after Dracopult, it's still better for me to use Eternatus. But it is nice to have Sigilyph as a backup. So if somehow Eternatus dies, I can just go into Sigilyph and finish the fight. And that's it. That's the main storyline. But this fight is not actually that hard. With Eternatus, this fight becomes decently easy if you know what you're doing. Okay, chat. We have about 4 minutes before the story continues. So I'm gonna refill my water and go to the bathroom. I'll be back soon. Okay, there we go. But yeah, we have, like I said, we have about 4 minutes of credits. We should be mostly through that already. Probably about like another half a minute or so. And then once we're done with that, it is time for us to move on to the Crown Tundra storyline. Also, this is your reminder now that we're in the credits and, you know, we still have a few seconds left anyway. Go check out my channel as well if you like these sort of runs. And if you don't, then don't. That's also fine. But, you know, it's always appreciated. Okay, now that the story is mostly over, let's get moving. Also, hey Gazi. Yeah, I know, Mookitten. I know. Also, from people for like the other way around as well, from people from my channel, go follow the Really Really Longathon channel as well. It's a great marathon channel. Ton of cool runs there. Okay, story is done. Now, I need to keep in mind I am still short 1 Dynite ore, because Max Layer has just completely screwed me over. Multiple times. Nope. But we're going to go back to the slippery slope, and we're going to make our way to... Okay, don't invite others. This is actually perfect. It's a 1-star raid. This is really fast. It should give me 1 Dynite ore exactly. That should fix my problem. Yes, that's 1 Dynite ore. So the reason it was a 1-star raid is because that raid had already spawned in when I got to the Crown Tundra the first time, which is when I had 0 badges. That's why this worked. I probably should have done like 2 of those instead of the last max raid adventure. But either way, it worked. So this is the first time we hear about the King of Bountiful Harvest. But really, we're here for Peony. Peony's daughter, has kind of just ditched him. And we've agreed on taking up the adventure with Peony instead. So he mentions the King of Bountiful Harvest, he mentions the Reggies, he mentions the legendary birds, and it's time to go on an exploration. Finished the game like 2 days ago. Nice, nice. Yeah, right now we're doing a speed run of it. See how fast we can beat all of the main storyline as well as all of the DLCs. Okay, so we get 3 legendary clues here. The first one's about the King of Bountiful Harvest. The second one is about the Reggies. The third one is all about the legendary birds. And that sets us on our next big mission. Now, for this run to work out, we actually do need to catch all 8 of those legendaries. And that's one of the main... That's really one of the parts where, story-wise, this is where the biggest randomness is at. You don't catch both of the Reggies, but there are 4 Reggies in total. Regirock, Registeel, Regice, and then either Regieleki or Regidraco. And we can choose which one we pick of the last one. That doesn't really matter. But we still need 8 legendaries in total. We get 2, plus the regular post-game legendary, so it's actually 9 in total. So yeah, lots of legendaries to catch, and we only get 2 Master Balls to do it. All of the other ones we're going to have to catch the normal way. First things first, we're going to give the hat back to Calyrex, and that's going to cause Calyrex itself to spawn. But yeah, first things first, we're going to battle Calyrex. Fortunately, it does take 2 flamethrowers. At this point, we can't we can't catch Calyrex yet. That'll be a little bit away still. So yeah, Calyrex, or Peony comes towards us, sees Calyrex, and then gets mind-controlled by Calyrex. That way Calyrex has a way to talk to us. Okay, next stop, we gotta talk to the old man over here. And for 8 Dynite ore, we can get some seeds. This is why I needed those 8 Dynite ore earlier. Talk to him. And the mayor in front of his house. Come on, talk. The Pokemon following me is Eternatus. It's the first Pokemon in my party at the moment. Will I get Spectrier or Glastrier? We'll get Spectrier. It's better for the Galarian Star, or it's faster in the Galarian Star Tournament. Anyway, we've talked to everyone. So our next stop is actually going to be to talk to... or to go to the mayor's house. Find more information. But then it turns out that the mayor isn't home at the moment. So we're going to be searching for the mayor. But first, I need to... actually, hold on. Before we do, I'm gonna swap those two. I need to be on the lookout for... where is it? For a Cryogonal. There. I probably shouldn't have kept the choice specs on, but it's okay. Hopefully it'll just get into a quick ball and we'll be okay here. We are not gonna get Farisian. There's no point. I don't need to. Yo, Zelnus. What level is he? 62. So yeah, this one getting in is kind of a big deal. I need a Cryogonal. That's the second time it broke out after 3 shakes. Very unlucky. It's the last Dust Ball. After this, it's worth switching to Timer Balls. For some reason, Cryogonal is always awful to catch. But I do need one. Come on, seriously? Hey, Yono. So the reason we need Cryogonal is one of the chambers from the Reggies doesn't open unless you have a Cryogonal in the front of your party. Over here it isn't. Well, it's in the game, but over here we aren't having any snow. Bye, Duncan. Okay, we got Cryogonal. I think that's still faster than my PvE, so I guess there's that. Okay, so there's 3 temples like this that we can easily get to. Well, there's 4 in total, but this is the first of the 3 main ones. And each of the temples has a requirement for entering. This one is Whistle. Can I fly here now? So I wanted to do this now because that way we'll get some fly points to get back to later. I also need to be on the lookout for a Galvantula or an Electabuzz. That was an Electabuzz, but yeah, Galvantula is better. Galvantula is absolutely the preferred option. Netherlands, Dav. It was predicted it might snow today, and apparently for Duncan it has. So the reason we take Galvantula over Electabuzz is mainly its higher speed, which just makes it a little bit better. Not a huge difference, but enough to make a difference. Okay, I'm gonna quickly go over here. If I'm not mistaken. Continue this way, we should get to one of the temples. Yes, there it is. Again, this is just setting fly points. This one requires me to have an Everstone, which we have. And now we gotta go find the mayor. The main purpose of those fly points is just to simply make it a little bit easier for me to travel around the map later. Especially since we were relatively close already anyway. And there's the mayor. One more thing I want to do before we move on. One more stop we gotta make. There should be someone over here somewhere. Yes. Okay. So now we have the fly point there as well, making it even easier to just travel around. So the mayor suggests we look on the bookshelf for more information, see if we can figure something out about Calyrex. We're going to read Hardy Crops of the Tundra. That's really the only one we need to read, because this will already trigger Calyrex, or this will allow me to now choose between Glastrier and Spectrier. We're going to pick Spectrier because of its higher speed. That's for the speedrun just better. Big fan of Glastrier myself, but it is just better to go for the other one. Oh, wait. I need to just talk to him again. That's okay. So yeah, we tell Calyrex about the carrots we need. Can you get both? No, you have to pick. Which for this run's okay. Like I said, we go for Spectrier anyway. But you have to choose one of the two. So yeah, there's two spots we get to pick from. We're going to pick the one that gives us the Ghost Calyrex. Before we do, though... Oh, wait, I can't fly there yet. But yeah, before we do, we're gonna have to heal. Because there is a battle coming up. Hello, scary guy. How long is this run? We have an 8-hour and 20-minute estimate. Okay, this is probably the closest fly point. Maybe the other one would have been closer, the one near Retcha Rock, but... either should work. It should be about the same distance either way. Yeah, we just have to travel around the map a little bit. Not really a good way to avoid it. Although I should have picked up the other, the watts from the other max rated battle there. Because I can use that to upgrade my bike. Probably worth, actually. So yeah, we plant the seeds, and then Calyrex does its magic, and it gives us exactly 1 carrot. That's enough, though. 1 carrot is enough. The moment we pull out the carrot, we get a cutscene where Spectre has appeared. There it is. Now, before we leave, there's one more thing I need to pick up, which is this one. And we teach that to Eternatus. Wait. Here. Over, I guess, Dragon Pulse. It doesn't matter too much what I teach it over, to be honest, but... See, these poor citizens are now being attacked by Spectre. We're gonna scare it off. You know, I have a Shadow Root carrot, and Spectre really likes Shadow Root carrots. Dude, these crits from the Spectre, oh my god. Can we not do that? Yeah, TRs can only be used once. TMs can be used as many times as you want. We use Shadow Ball specifically because we just need it for that fight. Not exactly, scary guy. For the series race, we for the side games, it says at the top of each column how many of each I need to beat. And then for the main games, it's 1 per set, basically. So from red, blue, and yellow, I only need 1. Last year, we did most of those games, though. Last year was 62 games. Anyway, we get the main here, and now that we have that, we can we go talk to Calyrex, and then go to the mayor to get the Reins of Unity. And this is kind of the point where we can make our way to Calyrex afterwards, which we're just going to catch in the Master Ball. Calyrex is one of the two Pokemon I'm going to use the Master Ball for. The other one's just whichever is annoying, but Calyrex is always one of them. Summer Holiday. Scary. I used my summer holiday for it. Well, it only takes a week and a half to beat, so it's only part of the holiday. Okay, so we get the Radiant Petal. That plus the main is everything we need to get the Reigns of Unity. Basically, the Reigns of Unity is what Calyrex needs to fuse itself with the whichever horse you took. Unfortunately, the mayor doesn't know how to make it. When will the race thing take place? Over the summer. Probably July. At least for me, probably July. I don't know when the other runners do it, but I'm aiming for July. So yeah, the mayor doesn't know how to make the Reigns of Unity. Now, Peony, on the other hand, he's quite handy. So he decides to make the Reigns of Unity for us. Because of the length of the race, it's not possible for all three of us to do it at the same time. Because we're all limited to whenever we have time off from work. Every runner does every game, yes. Bot-like, correct. Last year it was 62 games, and it took us 3 weeks to complete. I don't think this stream title is misspelled, is it? No. Okay, so now that we're done with that, we are now going to go all the way to the snow slide slope. We're going to make our way up. We're going to make one quick stop before we actually go to Calyrex itself, and that's to open up the place where Regice is at. Scary, if that's okay with you, I'll answer that question, but I'll answer it some other time. We're currently in the middle of a marathon run, so I don't want to focus too much on the Pokemon series race. Is it this one or is it further? It's that one, I think. It is not. Speaking of, for people in my channel who want to see a little bit more of what's going on, if you follow the link in the title, you will find the actual marathon channel we're on right now. I always get lost on my way to Regice. I think I went too far up already. Yeah, it's this way. Okay, so this part we can only do with this door we can only open with a Cryogonal up front, which is why I needed Cryogonal. We're not going to do this right now. Yeah, no, the series race is actually a race. It's not a marathon, so it's a lot of different runners back to back. Okay, so now it's time for us to go to the last spot we need to do, and we're going to go catch Shadow Rider Calyrex. I'll chuck one quick ball before we throw the Master Ball just to see if it sticks. If it doesn't stick, we'll just throw the Master Ball. Yeah, we've pretty much got a fly point to every single Reggie except the last one. Like, all of the first 3 Reggies that we need to do, we now have a fly point to. So we're in quite a good spot for that. Of course, it's still going to take some work actually catching them, but it shouldn't take me too long. Once we have Shadow Rider Calyrex, though, we're first going to finish up the post-game. Normally I would do that so that you would get Zacian and, you know, have a Pokemon with False Swipe. For this run, it doesn't matter too much, but the extra levels are still helpful, which is why we do that first, because it'll just give me a few